Welcome to the meeting of Brighton and Hove City Council. I would like to inform those present that this meeting is webcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. I would ask that the members who are able to please stand when speaking in accordance with the council procedure rules, as this makes it easier to be heard. Can I remind everyone that the use of mobile communication devices in the chamber is allowed as long as they remain in silent mode. Anyone present is able to film, photograph or take sound recordings of today's meeting, provided it is done in a way that does not interfere with the proceedings and that flash photography is not used. Councillors must be able to speak and make themselves heard on behalf of those they represent. I will not permit behaviour that disrupts the business of the council, and I will adjourn and request the removal of any attendee who interrupts the proceedings or acts in a way that impacts on the proper and orderly conduct of the meeting. I ask that all attendees respect these arrangements to ensure that council meetings proceed safely, efficiently and in public for the benefit of everyone participating. I would also like once again to request that all councillors are respectful of each other today. When a member is speaking, no other councillor should speak. Personal comments should not be made. Any points of order must relate to an alleged breach of a specific legal rule or council procedure rule. All contributions to the meeting should be directed to me as chair of the meeting. Thank you. We have a long agenda today and I will therefore be likely to propose 2 breaks, one at the usual time of approximately 6:30 and one approximately 9 p.m, depending on our progress. I'm going to move to you, Liz.
In relation to declarations of interest, I'm just relating to item 77. Before we do the general declarations of interest, I'm just confirming that item 77, school admission arrangements, a number of members have declared other interests as school governors and have requested and been granted a dispensation to take part in that item. Those members are Councillor Badine, Councillor Helliwell, Councillor O'Quinn, Councillor Parrott, Councillor Robinson and Councillor Simon. Therefore, those interests are noted and do not need to be declared separately. And so we can move to the rest of the business.
Are there any other declarations of interest by councillors in any matter appearing on the agenda? Thank you. I move that the minutes of the previous council meeting as set out in the agenda are approved as a correct record of the proceedings. Does the council agree? Thank you. Okay, so today we've got much shortened Mayor's Comms. We've got a very, very, very heavy agenda, so it's quite brief. Good afternoon, councillors, colleagues and residents. It is a real pleasure to be with you all today. I hope you had a festive, restful break and that 2026 has started on a positive note for each of you. I was delighted to hear the fantastic news that the Santa Bus Appeal, organised by Brighton and Hove Buses, raised an incredible £28,000. My mayoral charities and I were truly honoured to be part of this heartwarming initiative, and I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Victoria Garcia, her dedicated team, and of course Santa himself for their tireless efforts in raising vital funds for local charities that do so much for our city. I'm pleased to say the Deputy Mayor recently attended the University of Sussex winter graduation ceremonies at the Brighton Centre. These events are always filled with joy, pride and hope for the future, and it is a privilege to celebrate the achievements of our graduates as they embark on the next exciting chapter of their lives. I also had the opportunity to visit the new Brighton Blood Donor Centre on Gloucester Place. Its bright, welcoming facility, open 7 days a week, is designed to make donating blood as easy and as comfortable as possible. With a national shortage of blood donations, I really do encourage anyone who is able to consider giving, and you can find more information on the NHS blood donation website. In recent weeks, I've attended several events focused on sport and wellbeing, including the reopening of the repurposed football pitch at Hangleton Park and the unveiling of the new gym at Portslade Leisure Centre. These investments in our community health are already making a difference, and it's been wonderful to see them in full use. On Tuesday, I had the honour of speaking at the Holocaust Memorial Day community event here at Hove Town Hall, and I reflected on the life and legacy of Doris Leveson, BEM, who sadly passed away recently. Many of you will have had the privilege of hearing Doris share her powerful story as a refugee from Germany. Her lifelong dedication to education and remembrance was truly inspiring. This year's theme, Bridging Generations, was one Doris held close to her heart, and her impact will continue to resonate for years to come. Looking ahead, the mayoral calendar is already filling up, and I'm looking forward to joining in the celebrations for Chinese New Year, welcoming school and community groups to the Mayor's Parlour to explore our city's civic history, and hosting a reception to mark International Women's Day. On mayoral charities, we have some exciting events planned, including a charity dog walk along the promenade and a special tour of Brighton and Hove aboard the city sightseeing bus, and we'll be sharing more details as soon as we can to get you involved. To support us on these fantastic causes, so do keep an eye on our social media and email. Thank you. Councillor Sankey, do you or any Cabinet colleagues wish to make any announcements? You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, esteemed councillors, officers and residents. We last met in this chamber only just over 1 month ago. I'm pleased to have a lot to report since then. On housing, and as reported at this meeting, 2 executive decisions have been taken over the past month to ensure that we can keep supporting homeless households within our council's financial means. First, a decision to convert some of our spot purchased temporary accommodation to contracted temporary accommodation, delivering a saving of over £1.127 million against an overall budget this year of £28 million for temporary accommodation, and, crucially in my view, giving greater certainty and stability to those households in that temporary accommodation. Secondly, and on an interim basis, holding back council home voids for temporary accommodation for homeless households for a time-limited period of just over 3 months to reduce the projected overspend on temporary accommodation this year and ensure this council's financial sustainability. We've announced also a pilot scheme for households in our large panel system blocks to support home ownership by providing a financial grant for purchases in the private market, thereby further safeguarding our council stock. And we're getting work underway to receive the £20 million investment from our Labour government into Whitehawk, and we'll soon be advertising for a new chair of that neighbourhood board. We've retained our Grade A for climate and nature leadership. We've rolled out a consultation on expanding our smoke control area and on road junction safety improvements, and we've agreed the city's first habitat bank in Patcham, supporting nature recovery and boosting biodiversity. We've also started our new programme of flood defence work on Hove beachfront, and I was pleased to go down there early this week to see the work in action, creating new groins and longer beaches to protect our residents and our beautiful city from rising sea level and storm damage. In support of our commitment to play and activity in our city, we've launched our Sports Lift Her Higher campaign, doubled the size of Portslade's gym, and opened a new recycled multi-use games area in Hangleton. We've welcomed the decision by Historic England to reject the application to have the existing leisure centre listed. This supports our plans for the exciting redevelopment of the King Alfred to provide sustainable, high-quality play and sporting facilities for our residents. We've responded to the government's consultation on local government reorganisation in support of our proposal to merge with West Saltdean, Telscombe and Peacehaven. We've started work to reshape Palmyra Square flower beds, and we've announced plans to implement lane rental fees on utility companies to try and reduce the impact of roadworks in the city. We're pleased to welcome our Labour government's new powers to help us tackle pavement parking, something that our Labour group has lobbied for. We welcome action on our manifesto pledge to support leaseholders by capping ground rents, and we welcome the work of our Labour government this year in standing up to Trump's threats to Greenland and the grotesque smears against our armed forces, and the quick work that has been undertaken to prevent ex's grok from producing sexualised images. We also welcome the ongoing investigation into that by Ofcom. Our plans for devolution for our city and for Sussex have taken a step closer over the last month. Last week, Cabinet gave permission for the new authority to be established this year, and we've delivered a 30-year investment fund totalling over £1.14 billion from the financial year 28-29 onwards, and excitingly, just over £30 million has been announced by government to be released over the next 2 years ahead of that mayoral election. This funding will be spent on locally agreed priorities and would not be possible if we weren't in the government's devolution priority programme. Along with the leaders of East and West Sussex, I'm meeting regularly with Minister Fan Buller, who is leading on devolution and who has also just confirmed very recently a new strategic relationship for us with Homes England so that we can develop a further pipeline of affordable housing projects. On asylum, Madam Mayor, following our action to stop children seeking asylum going missing from our city 2 years ago, I was pleased to confirm publicly last month that we've expressed interest in our Labour government's plans for local authorities to pilot schemes to provide accommodation to people seeking asylum, putting our City of Sanctuary credentials into action. This is in sharp contrast to the Lib Dem and Green-led Wealdon Council just down the road from us, which is opposing asylum seeker accommodation in their backyard and legitimising far-right-led protests. On schools, I'm disappointed by the proposal to academise by Coombe Road Primary School, which as a local authority we will seek to resist, as we did successfully with Hove Learning Federation last year. As pupil numbers fall and academy trusts aggressively target our city, we know that grand promises are being made that routinely fall apart in practice, with detrimental effects for children, and especially those with SEND in particular. I'm pleased to see the recommendations brought forward today, which build on school admissions, which build on the changes we made last year, following a consultation which the schools adjudicator found to have met the requirements in the school's admission code and the foregoing principles. I'm proud that following its first year of operation, our free school meal priority category enabled over 100 children to achieve a higher preference school. All of this is possible, Madam Mayor, because despite the tumultuous political times we're living through, we have a stable Labour majority in this city. We've put an end to the stagnation of no overall control, and we're moving our city forward in the big ways and in the small ways to tackle inequality, tackle the climate emergency, and to improve services and infrastructure for our residents, businesses and communities. I'm really pleased to see such a full agenda at full council today. Public questions ranging from resisting the far right, LGBTQI plus rainbows to the Rottingdean Croquet Club reflects our beautiful city in all of its beautiful diversity. Our Labour Notice of Motion is resolutely focused on delivery and in today's case on practical steps to deliver more cooperative housing across the city in keeping with one of the central values of our political philosophy. We will be resisting Conservative efforts to shortchange our city by removing us from the government's welcome plans for a visitor levy, another win that our Labour group has successfully lobbied for to deliver much needed funds to reinvest in our city to improve the visitor and resident experience and to keep us internationally competitive. Madam Mayor, earlier this week, as you recognised in your chair's comms, we came together as a council and as a city to commemorate Holocaust Memorial Day in this chamber and to remember the over 6 million Jewish men, women and children killed by the Nazis who sought to exterminate the Jewish people altogether, as well as all those who have been killed in subsequent genocides. This year's theme of Bridging Generations is personified, as you have said, by the life and work of Doris Levinson, a Holocaust survivor who dedicated her life to Holocaust education in this city, across Sussex and across the whole country, who sadly passed away earlier this year. Rest well, Doris, and thank you for all you did for us. We will endeavour to follow your example. And Madam Mayor, in news just in, I'm pleased to note that the High Court has today rejected the legal challenge to the decision by the City of London to keep the Hampstead swimming ponds inclusive of trans men and trans women. This reflects the inclusive approach this council has advocated in response to the EHRC guidance and that we believe is still possible, notwithstanding the Supreme Court judgment last year. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. I've been notified of 4 ordinary petitions to be presented today. The petitioners will have up to 3 minutes in which to outline the reasons for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories. The petition will then be responded to by the relevant Cabinet member. The first petition is St James Street Rainbows. I would like to invite Adam Mason, who I believe is here in person, to present the petition. Not here. Shall we have to the next one? Yeah. It's not here. Frankie's not. Okay. Okay, so it looks like Mr Mason isn't actually present, so we are now going to jump to the second petition, which is redirect the new 3X bus down Ellen Street instead of Clarendon Road. And I would like to invite Sophie Bresnahan, who I believe is in person, to present the petition.
Also not here, so we're going to go to...
I believe Sophie isn't here as well, so we'll move to the third petition, which is a ban on street parking along bus routes. And I would like to... Not here either, that's 3. Okay.
Liz, there's some people waiting in the lobby. That's not there, is it? In the meeting lobby.
No,
you could say, could we just check that...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that?
Andy Barker. No, there's a little question. Barry. No, none of them are here.
Okay, so there doesn't appear to be any of the 3 waiting in the lobby for the 3 petitions we've just asked for, so we will move to the fourth petition. Do we have Ruth Brimmel, either in person or online? No. Okay, thank you. I will now move to written questions received from...
Madam Mayor, I don't know whether this is within... Is it possible to present the last petition on behalf of my residents?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do I have to... Or someone's here?
No, not for a petition. Not for a petition.
Okay, do I do it from the front or here? Okay.
Which petition? Petition 4. Okay, so Councillor Taylor will read the 4th petition, removal of household bins in Auckland Drive, as a representative of his ward resident, Ruth Brimmel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm sure councillors will appreciate the irony of one deputy leader presenting a petition to the other deputy leader, but this is on behalf of my residents in Bevendine who care deeply about this issue. There was previously a proposal to turn a part of Auckland Drive in Lower Bevendine into a communal refuse route away from its current curbside collection because of reasons cited about health and safety. Residents are very opposed to this proposal. There has been a curbside collection in this area of the city in Lower Bevendine for 70 plus years. I think residents understand that there are issues with the collection of the individual bins and the slopes, but the petition really is asking us as a council to think again and consider, are there other options to try and maintain the service as it is, perhaps with mitigations or changes. And clearly I have met with residents and talked on this a number of occasions, and I know Councillor Okins is considering it.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. On behalf of Ruth Brimmel, Councillor Okins, would you like to respond to the petition, please? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor. Deviating slightly from the wording of the petition, but obviously you had to step in at short notice. Thank you for representing your residents on this issue, and I want to thank them for bringing the petition. Obviously, we've been in touch with them for some time, completely understand the concerns of the residents. I think it's been acknowledged that the topography and the layout at the location does present significant challenges for our crews, who obviously do very difficult work, and we do owe it to them to do everything that we can to ensure that they're able to work safely. But we do accept that the initial engagement with local residents could have been handled better, and we've since paused the proposed rollout of communal bins pending a deeper look at the issues and options for resolving them. Councillors and officers, and I know you were there, Councillor Taylor, I wanted to be there myself, but I was out of town, unfortunately, joined residents earlier this month to walk around the site, discuss the issues and look at potential options. I'm told it was a productive meeting, and we're now working on a way forward, and I believe the next step will be a further meeting with residents in due course, and I can assure residents in the area that no further steps will be taken without their involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Okins. I move that the petition be noted. Does Council agree? Thank you. I will now move to written questions received from members of the public as detailed in Addendum 1 for this meeting, which has been circulated. We have 23 public questions today, and I will be exercising my discretion to ensure that they are all taken. However, I would ask that those responding do so as concisely as possible. Thank you. And I would like to welcome Phil Grabsky, here in person. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda, please, Phil?
Thank you for this opportunity. I have lived on Tongdean Lane between Withdean Stadium and Dyke Road Avenue for 30 years, and in the past 18 to 24 months there has been a sharp increase of traffic, often exceeding the speed limit, and a large percentage of whom are ignoring the restricted access only signs coming up and down the lane. There is no pavement, so this traffic, often, as I say, at excessive speed, is a danger to adult, child, and, not to be overlooked, pets. This has partly been caused by the large increase of attendance at Withdean Gym, partly as a result of the closure at Falmer some time ago. The building of football pitches, now padel courts, and soon a pool, have made and will only make matters worse. When we have requested speed bumps, which can be installed at relatively low cost, we are told someone has to be killed or injured first. Is the council really willing to wait for that eventuality? Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I call on Councillor Newton to reply. Councillor Newton, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Phil, for taking the time to bring your concerns regarding traffic and unacceptable driver behaviour on Tongdean Lane. The increase in traffic, vehicle speeds and ignoring signage, as you describe, is worrying, especially with no pavements. Any measures, such as speed humps, must follow national guidance and safety criteria to be assessed through our Safer Better Streets programme to ensure our limited funding available is used effectively. Officers will review the location and ensure that all signs are in place, correctly positioned and clearly conveys restrictions to drivers. Exceeding the speed limit is not an option. It's not optional. It's illegal. Driving speed enforcement is also essential to tackle the misuse of this road. The traffic management restrictions in place on this section of the lane is enforced by Sussex Police. May I encourage residents to report any breaches directly to them so they can take the appropriate enforcement action. And I will take it back to officers to review this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Phil, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I have investigated the cost of speed bumps, and actually they can be bought and installed for relatively low amounts, which I am happy to pay for if you are happy to install. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newton to reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that response, and I certainly will take that away. As said, we do have a Safer Better Streets programme. We'll have to look at how this fits within that setting, but maybe we can discuss this further to see how we best go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil, thank you. I'd like to thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. I would like to welcome Chris Hartfield. Would you like to put your question, Chris?
Okay, good afternoon from a 6th generation Brighton resident. Following 3 tragic deaths in Westbourne, the council made clear statements last
Sorry,
year.
your speaker's not on. Press the
Chris?
button once.
Okay.
Just press it once and take your finger off.
There we go.
Thank you.
My apologies, everyone. Following 3 tragic deaths in Eastbourne, the council made clear statements last year that due to the lack of local temporary accommodation, it has no choice but to use out-of-city emergency placements. However, it will prioritise keeping people within Brighton and Hove wherever possible. Why then have they failed, despite 9 requests, to make comment or express interest on the tender submitted in March from a local landlord? Centrally located Hove property of 9 self-contained units, which has incidentally been used by the council as temporary accommodation for adult social care for over 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Williams.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question. So we are, of course, deeply saddened by the tragic loss of life of these individuals, and our thoughts are first and foremost with the families, friends and communities affected by this. We're all aware that the demand for temporary accommodation continues to far exceed what's available in our city, and despite our strong performance in preventing homelessness, we do sometimes have to make out of area placements, while always working to keep people in Brighton Hove wherever possible. Our dedicated teams work very closely with the neighbouring authorities and support people in accommodation out of the city, taking a risk-based approach to visiting and monitoring accommodation, and this with an increased frequency of checks now in place. Alongside our ongoing work to expand council-owned and contracted temporary housing, including new builds, redevelopments, buybacks, and the interim use of empty council homes as temporary accommodation, we're taking further steps to stabilise and strengthen the supply for that need. In the new financial year, we will launch a full procurement exercise to increase access to block booked accommodation. Local providers will have the opportunity to apply to join this process, creating more routes for high quality, affordable provisions and improving outcomes for residents who rely on us. I'm unable to comment on individual situations, and I will happily follow up that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Chris, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you.
Press the button. Sorry, when the light goes on, yeah.
Thank you for your kind and measured response. I have one further question. The property offered
is now joining.
The property offered in the aforementioned tender has already been providing temporary accommodation to the council for a number of years. I am therefore somewhat perplexed and would like to understand why to date the council has seemingly had no interest at all in filling any of the vacancies at this property. And why the council failed to answer or respond to any inquiries made. Given the commitment of the council to keep as many placements within the city as possible, this is most surprising and could well lead one to the conclusion that there are perhaps other agendas at play in this somewhat opaque department of the council. As a consequence, and most regrettably, we have therefore over a number of years had no other option but to liaise with other more transparent and approachable local authorities who are most grateful to use this and other central properties in the city for their own out-of-area placements, while this council continues to send individuals and families out of the city knowing that there is suitable local accommodation available.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much for your time.
Councillor Williams, would you like to reply?
Thank you, Chair, and I am very much aware of negotiations going on. I don't know whether it's the same provider with lots of different providers in the city who have in the past used it for other areas to bring people in. It's a very strange situation what goes on with councils. So I'm aware that that is in place. As I said before, I don't think this is the right place to talk about individual landlords here, and I'll happily take this outside. But I will remind you, as I said, we will be launching a full procurement exercise to increase access, and local providers will have the opportunity to apply to join this process, creating routes for more high quality, affordable provision. This will improve the outcomes for our residents. Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Chris, thank you very much for your questions and for joining the meeting today. Thank you.
And thank you for your forbearance in listening to my questions. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. So I would like to welcome Andy Barker, who I believe is online. Andy.
They haven't got permission to present, are we?
He's muted, but his mic's not disabled. If you just tell him again.
Okay, so Andy, if you come off mute and then go and take it off because it's not showing as stable at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you very much, Andy. Would you like to put your question, please?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for giving me time to ask my question. I'm here as the chairman of Rottingdean Croquet Club. We've been trying since December 2024 to sign a lease with the council for our croquet green and the clubhouse that we currently rent from the council. My question is, when can I expect the final lease to be sent to the club?
Thank you, Andy. Councillor Robbins, would you like to reply?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Andy, if I may call you that, for your question. The heads of terms relating to the lease have been negotiated and the agreement was reached between the council and the club on the final commercial terms in late 2025. A draft lease based on the heads of shortly for that this happens as soon as possible, and you've now got my name and details, so if it still doesn't happen, please contact me direct and I'll chase it up for you. Thanks very much again.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Andy, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you very much. I'll contact Councillor Robbins if we don't get the lease. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much for your question and for joining the meeting today. I would like to welcome David Gibson on behalf of Paul Norman. Hello, David. Hello, David.
Hi.
Would you like to put your question, please, on behalf of Paul Norman? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is that the correct term at the moment? Yes, so Paul's question, and he's not well, so sorry about that. In November 2023, Brighton and Hove City Council owned 1,298 homes with energy performance certificate band D, 88 homes in band E or below. Now that the government is looking, rightly, of course, at a target for all council homes to achieve an energy performance certificate rating of C by 2030, and given that Brighton and Hove Council is pledged to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030, how many residential properties owned by Brighton and Hove Council currently need work to achieve this energy performance certificate of C, and what is the estimated cost of these works?
Thank you, David. I call on Councillor Williams to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. So, due to changes by the EPC methodology, I haven't got the figures for today. We are waiting those for this year. We expect that have these imminently, and I'm happy to give you them when we are. But what I can say is, we've got an installation of over 850 solar power systems since 2024. The council's social landlord duties covers over 12,320 rented homes as of December 2025, and we do expect these updated numbers and indicative costs in the coming months, alongside confirmation of national minimum energy standards. The 2025-26 year Housing Revenue Account Capital Programme sets out the resources of 30.560 million investment in sustainability, an average investment of 6.122 million per annum. Now, this includes investment in making improvements to communal and domestic heating systems, as well as identifying opportunities to install energy efficient and low carbon heating systems. And this capital investment will remain a priority in our forthcoming 26 and 27 budget and medium-term financial strategy. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. David, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please. We're on. Yes, obviously the current investment is welcome. The estimates that I used to be familiar with is an average cost of £25,000 to £40,000 per property to bring them up to a standard, and £1 million does about 40 properties. So the amounts, welcome though they are in the programme, are not sufficient to achieve this target, hence why we've asked the question. So I welcome getting the details of cost estimates and the numbers of properties. My question is, as a step towards this, will you reinstate the energy, carbon neutral reserve that we used to have in the housing accounts for when government money becomes available? Because often when the government money becomes available, it is match funding, and we need to have the money there. It was unring fenced. Please, will you reinstate it in the forthcoming HRA budget? Jill.
Thank you, David. Councillor Williams.
Thank you for the question. And as I said, the capital investment will remain a priority, of course, in our 26-27 budget and hopefully beyond. Hopefully we will still be with you, and we can give you full information as it becomes available to us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Thank you very much, David, and thank you for your questions and for joining the meeting today. I would like to welcome Adrian Hart. Adrian, would you like to put your question, please?
Thank you. At a Cabinet meeting last year, data on child well-being and mental health risks were cited in support of policy decisions affecting local schools. Can Leader Councillor Sankey or Safeguarding Lead Councillor Daniel explain what processes and safeguardings are in place to ensure that any statistical evidence presented publicly is accurate, verified, and does not inadvertently mislead residents, particularly on sensitive issues such as suicide prevention and safeguarding? I feel certain everyone here agrees that accurate evidence and robust safeguards are essential to maintain public trust and protect children's welfare. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. I call on Councillor Sankey to reply.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hart, for your question. Reports published and presented at Council and Cabinet meetings are carefully reviewed by our officers, in particular to ensure that they are accurate, informed, and transparently set out the options and implications for our decision makers to take account of. Similarly, contributions by my Cabinet colleagues are, in my experience, carefully researched and thoughtfully presented.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Adrian, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Well, at that Cabinet meeting last year, inaccurate statistics were allowed to stand unchallenged. The People Overview and Scrutiny Committee confirmed that full council is the only forum to raise such concerns. Yet when I last attempted to do so here, the Mayor blocked the question with officers informing me that, and I quote, "Full council is not the appropriate forum to raise such a concern or seek such a review," end of quote. Bizarrely, I was advised that standards complaints were the correct forum. So, can you confirm today which internal forum, if any, can review whether decisions are applied fairly and consistently, particularly where evidence, accuracy, and pupil safeguarding are concerned? Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, for the supplementary. I think you're well aware that there is a complaints process whereby allegations that members have breached the code of conduct can be investigated. I'm aware that you use this for the said complaint to raise the issue, and that this also later went to the local government ombudsman. The ombudsman said, and I quote, in this case, I'm satisfied the monitoring officer properly considered the complainant's complaint before deciding the issues should not be considered further. The monitoring officer consulted the independent person and took account of the evidence available before deciding not to take further action. The monitoring officer also explained their reasons for not formally investigating the complainant's concerns, and the decision was in line with the council's arrangements for dealing with code of conduct complaints. We are confident in our robust approach to decision making in this council and how it is replicated up and down the country in terms of our constitution, processes and governance arrangements.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hart, for your questions and for joining the meeting today.
Is now exiting.
I would like to welcome Ross Harper. Hello, Ross. Would you like to put your question forward, please?
Hello. I represent leaseholders at the Barrows, the housing development agreed as part of the open market development by Hyde Housing. Hyde are the council's chosen housing partner, and as such have had many developments agreed. Sadly, our experiences of Hyde as a landlord have been dismal. The latest example is a huge hike in our service charge, in some cases 300 to 400%. This includes Hyde trying to charge residents for fire safety measures in relation to the new government legislation after the Grenfell disaster. Hyde have increased their management fee to £40 per month per unit, and our building insurance is £60 per month per unit. So before any costs are made, we're already paying £100 per month each. I personally have seen my service charge go from £66 per month to £250 per month. If the council intend to keep Hyde as their preferred housing partner, what can be done to protect residents from becoming trapped in unreasonable service charges?
Thank you, Ross. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question. I'm really sorry to hear this, and I can appreciate how frustrating it is. And I completely agree with you. You have a right to challenge us, and so you should. You can go through the housing, the ombudsman. You can also go to the first tier tribunal property chamber, which will help you when it helps leaseholders to challenge such things as service charges. And I've walked people through this many times before in another capacity. So you really ought to take advantage of all these options. We do have a working relationship with Hyde in our joint venture partnership. You're absolutely right. It's slightly different. We don't really have anything to do with the leaseholders. We take the social housing from that joint venture, if you will. It's part of an interesting relationship. And the Barrows isn't part of that. So I don't really have power over that. However, not to say we won't support you. I suggest contacting your local councillor and contacting myself, and I will help you as much as I can to challenge these service charges. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Ross, have you got a supplementary?
My question would be, what's the council going to do to protect residents in the future too from entering into arrangements with Hyde off the back of the council coming to planning agreements with Hyde, only for residents to then become trapped in service charges? Can the council, with this joint venture partnership, make reasonable requests of Hyde to protect the residents of Brighton and Hove?
Thank you, Ross. Councillor Williams.
Okay, thank you. Yes, absolutely, and that has been addressed already. Learning from existing schemes, we've made sure that they agree that, service charges in the future will reflect year on year 3 costs to give buyers clearer, more realistic and long-term expectations of what these service charges are. And we have recently worked with a particular one I won't mention, and they have managed to deal with it in a very effective way, may I say, and I'm more than happy to speak to you about that in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Ross, thank you very much for sharing your questions with us today and for joining the meeting. Thank you. I would like to welcome Linda Newman. Hello, Linda. Would you like to put your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pavement parking is a persistent and growing problem in Woodingdean, particularly on council estates built before car ownership was common. This creates serious difficulties for pedestrians and those in wheelchairs who are often forced onto the carriageway to pass. I was very glad to see our Labour government has now granted local authorities new powers to tackle pavement parking. Can the Cabinet Member for Transport and City Infrastructure explain how Brighton and Hove City Council intends to implement these new powers in practice, and what approach the Council will take to consulting with residents to ensure the enforcement reflects local conditions and priorities? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Councillor Newton. Linda, just put you.
Thank you, Linda, for highlighting the issues of pavement parking in Woodham Dean and the difficulties it caused pedestrians, including those using pushchairs or wheelchairs. Inconsiderate pavement parking damages pavements, restricts access, and can lead to trips and falls. After years of pressing the previous government to make a decision on the pavement parking options presented to the Secretary of State some 6 years ago, which they did not do, we very much welcome the new government's announcement that it will introduce secondary legislation later this year to allow councils to tackle the long-standing issue of pavement parking. This will be through introduction of new contravention of unnecessary obstruction of the footway. These new powers will mean that our parking enforcement officers will be able to respond quickly to issues of pavement parking wherever they occur in the city, without the need for expensive signage and street-by-street traffic regulation orders. We await the Department for Transport forthcoming statutory guidance, which will set out how councils can implement these powers and tackle pavement parking in a locally responsive way. Through local engagement, including your excellent ward councillors Jacob Allen and Jackie Simon in Woodham Dean, we will look at ways, what works for each community to tackle antisocial and hazardous pavement parking across the city.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Linda, have you got a supplementary question?
Yes, I think you've answered what I anticipated to be a supplementary question. Other than how do you envisage enforcement operating in practice in terms of engaging residents? You talked about engaging the councillors, but could you say a bit more about the engagement of residents, particularly to target the most problematic areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Linda, for that supplementary question. Broadly, yes, we're waiting some further guidance from government, which I set out, but I find it very positive that we can enforce on the basis of contravention of unnecessary obstruction of the footway. Although some of that nuance in terms of the Department for Transport's guidance, I envisage we'll have consultation with local communities to make sure we have a pavement parking powers that work for each community across the city.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Linda, thank you very much for coming today and putting your question. Thank you so much. So we now move to question number 8, and I will be reading the following question on behalf of David Tyndall. The bus real-time information sign at London Road Shops Stop C is not working. It had not been working for a few weeks before I raised the issue with the Council's public transport team on the 31st of July 2025. I've since followed up this with the transport team, and the issue has still not been resolved as of the 17th of January 2026, almost 6 months ago. So when will this be resolved? This is a council issue in the latest problem. Councillor Mooton, I call upon you to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for this question from Mr. Tyndall. Firstly, I wish to apologise to residents for this delay. Real-time passenger information, RTPI, is a valued service, and residents should have confidence that the boards are working and time presented can be relied on. Rightly, residents expect better. London Road Shops Stop C is a high priority for the Council. We expect the electrical contractor to complete the required works by next month, weather permitting, after which the RTPI contractor will fully test the display. Delays were caused by power supply issues, with new UKPN connections in Brighton taking up to 16 weeks. The Stop C display is included in a citywide audit, with any further fixes carried out by the contractors at the contractor's cost. 2 engineering teams from the contractor, supported by software engineers, are upgrading 60 displays and installing 165 new units. The council apologises for the disruption and delay and understands residents' frustration. All RTPI signs will be fully operational very soon, with all associated costs covered by the contractor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mooton. I have no supplementary from David, but would like to thank him for his question. I would like to welcome Barry Steerer. Barry, I believe, is online. Yep, hello, Barry. Would you like to put your question?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Thank you for allowing me to put my question, which relates to a notice of motion passed at the meeting of council on the 13th of October last year. That is the amended notice of motion on Gaza and council financial exposure. Will the administration provide a comprehensive update on progress made in implementing the 2 actions mandated by that notice of motion, including a precise timetable for both actions?
Thank you, Barry. I call upon Councillor Taylor to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Barry, for your question. The answer is relatively short and sweet, which is that a report is going to come to Cabinet in February. That report will be published next week, and that will provide a detailed update on both actions that were passed in the council meeting in October. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Barry, do you have a supplementary question?
I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. The report from officers, it's useful to know the timetable for that report. The report from officers will undoubtedly reveal that the City Council is exposed to complicity in genocide through its contracts and investments, through its treasury management, and through its freehold land holdings. Can the administration assure city residents that the exit strategy from this exposure will include rapid and thorough divestment? Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. I call on Councillor Taylor to reply.
Barry, I know it feels like I'm dodging the question, but I'm not. The report will be published next week. I can't explain what's in the report. When the report is then published, obviously the public can then view it, and then public can come to Cabinet and ask questions, and indeed opposition councillors can come and ask questions. But the report will set out fully the positions that are referred to in the NOM and what the options the council has. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Barry, thank you very much for joining today and your questions. Thank you. Okay, I would like to welcome Christina Summers. Hello, Christina. Would you like to put your question?
Hello. Great. Thank you. Where is Councillor Sankey? Oh, right. In light of events at the October 13th full council, where a public rally took place outside the meeting and a resident deputation on community safety and anti-Semitism was interrupted mid-speech, can the council explain what risk assessments, safety measures and liaison with the police were conducted to ensure the safety of residents attending the council chamber and outside the building?
Thank you, Christina. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Ms Summers, for the question. In accordance with our usual practice, a risk assessment was carried out by officers prior to the full council meeting last October to ensure the safety of residents and councillors. This included liaison with the police, requesting intelligence on possible protests. The information received on this occasion from the police was after discussion by the Chief Inspector with their protest events and disorder intelligence team that there was no intelligence to suggest protests. Based on our risk assessment, our internal security arrangements on the day comprised 1 security team leader and 8 security guards. The public gallery was managed with the restriction of tickets to 30, bag searches being undertaken, and all visitors receiving a verbal brief from before entering the public gallery, and security guards remaining in place in the public gallery for the duration of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Christina, have you got a supplementary?
I do, thank you. Yes, all that is news to me. But Councillor Sankey, the resident who brought the October deputation, Mrs. Shefts, was treated so badly that both conciliatory communications that I had as her representative with the monitoring officer and a detailed corporate complaint were closed on the grounds that the matter had apparently already been dealt with. How residents with serious grievances against the council are meant to obtain a fair and impartial hearing is a mystery. Full council has been identified recently by one of your scrutiny committees as the proper forum for such scrutiny. So, as council leader, will you commit today to leading a proper examination of the council's procedures for handling such grievances, and explain why those procedures have so far failed to ensure fairness and impartiality?
Thank you, Christina. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Ms Summers, for the supplementary. As I indicated in response to a previous question, there is currently a robust process in place if members of the public believe that councillors have breached the code of conduct. That's set out in our constitution. Our constitution is something that is kept regularly under review, but it very much meets national standards and replicates constitutions right across the country in terms of how local government manages itself and the governance we know that is important to retain resident trust and confidence in how we conduct ourselves in the chamber. But I refer you to that process.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Thank you, Christina, for joining us with your questions, and thank you for joining the meeting today. Thank you. I would like to welcome Helen Berkmer on behalf of Jacqueline Brown, please. Hello, Helen. Would you like to put your question, please?
Thank you. An ever-increasing number of people in tents are occupying St Nicholas Church, West Garden. Currently 5, which checked today. Since last summer, there have been very many reports to city parks, the church warden and the police, for instance, of antisocial behaviour, fire, possession of a knife, drug taking and dealing. One dealer reports to be very young, increasing human feces. There is also a dog who is said to become more aggressive. The number and presence of the occupants has been really intimidating, and there is the potential of more discarded needles. Jackie's question is, what are the council doing or going to do to restore this public park to a place of peace, safety and recreation for the community? She also wants me to say, the notice on the gate clearly states that the West Garden is a BHCC park.
Thank you, Helen. Councillor Daniel.
Thank you, Helen. I'm over here. Thank you so much for bringing this question on behalf of Jacqueline, and I really appreciate you going to the effort for her doing that. I'm grateful for you raising this issue with me, and also for the positive feedback within the question about my colleague, Councillor Alison Thompson, and I know that she's been really supportive. So whilst St Nicholas West Garden is managed by us, it still remains the property of the Chichester Diocese. So this is the technical part, and I will then come on to a bit more human, because we maintain it. They're the owners. The people with the legal powers to evict trespassers are the diocese, not us, unfortunately. However, it's not, and it's a really not straightforward position anyway to evict using bylaws. So those are two complications in that particular location. But we are working on a policy around how to work with vans, tents, both occupied and abandoned. What I would say to reassure colleagues across the council is that whatever policy we bring forward, it will take a welfare first approach, i.e. we will try to make sure that we get people into appropriate homelessness services first, and then hopefully we can work to streamline then processes after that. And I know it's really frustrating. We are working on it. In the meantime, I would say, and I will write to the Police and Crime Commissioner to ask what figures they have around the reports of antisocial behaviour and crime that they've got on their books. Please keep reporting. If it's not a 999 emergency, use the online reporting so you don't have to hang on the phone. Those build up a picture, and police resources will be allocated depending on the number of reports of antisocial behaviour and crime. So I hope that I know the technical part was frustrating. I hope the human part is reassuring, and thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel. Helen, do you have a supplementary?
Well, we've been reporting it since last summer, and nothing's being done, and it feels like, is someone going to have to be like assaulted or stabbed with a knife before anything happens? It's really upsetting, actually, because we use the space a lot, and it's affecting people's well-being as well. And I do feel, bad for the people who are living there. But I've spoken to them, and somebody else has brought this up. It's like they don't want to be sent to another place, and which is understandable. So we do understand that, but it's just really tricky. Thank you, and thank you to Alison as well.
Thank you, Helen. I don't know if that was more of a statement. Councillor Daniel, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I know what you've said, and I didn't realise how long you've been reporting issues in that area for. Going back to what I said about asking for the police for the data they hold on the reports in that area. It's really important. We would never seek to criminalise people who are homeless through, any actions that we want to take. But you're right. It's not a safe environment for anyone to live in, and where vulnerable people are living in tents, unfortunately, they then become prey for other people as well. So it's a vicious circle, and we really need to sort of break that cycle, really. So thanks so much for raising it.
Thank you, Councillor Daniel. Thank you, Helen, for bringing the question on behalf of Jacqueline Brown. Thank you for joining the meeting today. I would like to welcome Victoria Bogle. Hi, Victoria.
Hello.
Would you like to put your question? Oh, it's gone off again, I think.
Did I hold it the whole time? Okay. Following the full council meeting the 13th of October 2025, officers referred to an external statement issued by Sussex Jewish Representative Council about the impact of that meeting. Can this administration explain how the council ensures that decisions affecting residents' deputations and public questions are made fairly and independently of such external statements?
Thank you, Victoria. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Ms. Bogle, for the question. I can confirm that decisions regarding deputations and public questions are made by the chair of the relevant meeting, whichever that meeting is, following advice from the council's monitoring officer. This is a process that's set out in our constitution. It's the role of the chair of any particular meeting to agree the agenda, and the factors taken into account by the chair are those procedural matters that are set out again in our constitution. In the instance you raise, I can confirm that the decisions about the agenda and about the council's external statement were entirely independent of each other.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Victoria, have you got a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Okay. On the 13th of October 2025, the council leader and mayor supported a motion claiming Israel is committing a genocide, a claim not established under the Genocide Convention, and clearly in breach of Brighton and Hove Council's adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism and its examples on the 18th of October 2018, which clearly identifies Holocaust inversion and false genocide claims as anti-Semitic. Given this breach of council policy, will an independent investigation be commissioned into how this occurred and how future breaches will be prevented?
Thank you, Victoria. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Ms Bogle, for the supplementary question. I don't recognise your description of what took place at that meeting, nor the accusation that what took place at that meeting was a breach of the International Holocaust definition, which we as a council are very proud to endorse and support.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Victoria, thank you very much for your question.
I just want to say, no, as I am a resident of Brighton and Hove, a Jewish resident of Brighton and Hove. Are you silencing the Jewish voice again, Amanda? Okay. So,
I'd like to welcome Daniel Harris in person.
Given that the council adopted the IRA definition in 2018, which identifies false genocide claims which were made, Councillor Sankey, you made false genocide claims on the 13th of October 2025, and I can't believe that you stand there and say that to a Jewish member of Brighton and Hove after just telling us earlier that you were proud of the Holocaust commemorations here. Okay? You have breached what you agreed to as a council. You have betrayed the Jewish community of this city. What are you going to do about it?
Victoria, thank you for your statement. Can I now move on to Daniel Harris, please? Thank you, Victoria. Okay, so Daniel Harris is not present. I would like to welcome David Wilson, who I believe is online. David, would you like to put your question, please? David Wilson. Is that Sonia Withers Wilson? Is that David there? Do you need to come off mute?
Oh, it's gone. Speak, try again.
David, can you try again? Come in, taking the mute on and off.
Still on mute.
Still on mute.
Can the team unmute him?
Can our team unmute him?
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Hi,
Can you hear
David.
me?
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Yeah, no problem. I'm a trustee of the local charity, the Saltdean Residents Association in Saltdean. We would like to buy and maintain hanging baskets which would hang from lampposts on brackets installed by a specialist company. The bracket installation would be paid for by our association. Council officially has been advised by Councillor Allen that lampposts would need to be tested by BHCC specialist street lighting contractors for structural integrity. BHCC advised that the cost of this would be around £13,000 for 6 lampposts, so around £2,000 per lamppost. Do you agree that this seems extremely expensive for street furniture that should be structurally sound anyway? And will BHCC absorb these costs, please?
Thank you, David. I call on Councillor Allen to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, David, for your question and for a lot of the work the Saltdean Residents Community Association are doing to improve the public realm in Saltdean and indeed to foster a lot of the conversations around local government reorganisation in Saltdean that has been really useful. On the matter you've raised, structural testing is required before anything can be attached to lamp columns, and this is best practice that we follow. These tests must be carried out by a specialist accredited contractor using equipment such as ultrasonic or magnetic induction tools to detect internal corrosion or metal fatigue. The equipment, the skilled operators, and the adherence to approved codes of practice all contribute to that cost you mentioned. In some locations, traffic management measures are also required to keep workers safe while they're doing these tasks. As part of the expense comes from mobilising these specialist teams and producing the required certification. With only a small number of columns to test, the per column cost is higher. Certification must also be robust in case a column should fail in the future and the council end up within the legal system. Lampposts already undergo routine maintenance, but adding features such as new hanging baskets increases wind loading and requires further safety checks, especially in coastal areas like Saltdean. Given the council's current financial position, it's very difficult to approve additional spending unless it relates specifically to our statutory duties, but it's something we'd definitely like to see in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. David, do you have a supplementary?
No, not really. Disappointed, but no, not really. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for your questions and for joining the meeting. I would like to welcome Sheila Rimmer and Lenora Knott. Is it Sheila?
I'm Lenora.
Hello,
Thank
Lenora.
You, Madam Mayor.
Lovely to see you.
Thank
Would you
you,
like
everyone.
to put your question?
Well, basically, my fellow campaigner, the Live and Rent campaign, he wasn't really satisfied with the answer. It wasn't really complete, to the question he asked. So here's the question. So please, can you confirm whether or not existing tenants from the LPS blocks, these are the 6 blocks that have been demolished to make way because of the problems they have, will the tenants from these LPS blocks be guaranteed a like-for-like offer to return to the new homes at a like-for-like rent, namely at regular council social target rents, not at the government's new definition of social rents, which is much higher? So that's the basis of the question. And as I know somebody from that block, one of those blocks, who has a concern, so I can relay that one answer back to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lenora. Councillor Williams, can I call upon you to respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. So first of all, that person who lives in the block, please get them to contact me directly. I'm happy to make sure that they understand what's going to happen in the future. Now, as part of the work on those blocks, we've been consulting not only on the statutory Section 105 proposals, but also on our draft local lettings plan, our rehousing policy for all of those tenants who will continue to be our tenants. These set out the support available to residents through any regeneration, how new homes will be allocated. Now, we aim to help secure tenants to find a permanent home. They do have that right to return, and of course they do, but we would like people to just move once it's better for them to settle in, but they still retain that right to return. So yes, that is maintained. I can confirm that the secure tenants who choose to return will continue to receive a council or social rent. And most importantly, when we're talking about this like-for-like property, because the new homes are years in the future, it's going to take a very long time for those to be rebuilt. So it could be a matter of years. So what we're saying is a property with an equivalent size, tenure, size bedrooms, similar rent, they're entitled to that. I hope that's more helpful. But please get that resident, get in touch with me directly. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Lenora, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you.
Lenora, your microphone.
Okay, I always do that, don't I? Yeah, I was going to say thank you for the answer. And I mean, part of this supplementary question is around the idea of, what is the time scale at each stage of the process? I mean, there's a lot to ask for at this stage, but as I say, there's a tenant I know who's quite concerned how long this will take. And when they get moved out of the LPS block and Of course, they have to be rebuilt. What is the timescale when they might be able to move back in to their new build, basically?
Thank you, Lenora. Councillor Williams.
There we are. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your question. So residents are regularly informed by letter, door knocking. We have meetings. The timescale is quite long, so it could be anything up to 7 years before they're rebuilt. In the meantime, what we're focusing on right now is our rehousing policy, getting everybody settled in. That's going to take a number of years. That can take between 3 and 5 years by the time we get through all 8 blocks. It could be 5 to 7 years before the blocks are rebuilt. There's lots of redesigning and replanning to go on. So, and we are informing tenants as we go along. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Nora, thank you very much for coming to the meeting and asking your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
I would like to welcome David. Oh, not David. Armstrong. Where's that? Oh, sorry. I would like to welcome Jerome Cox-Strong. Hello, Jerome. Would you like to put your question, please?
Like so many living under social landlords who care more about profit than people, southern housing tenants on Pancras Avenue in Hanover are sadly used to severe issues going unfixed. Flooded lifts, broken external doors, leaks dripping through ceilings into shutting down community spaces, and a total indifference to the needs of vulnerable residents. Tenants tell me that for months they've asked Southern to fix broken lights on the cut through to Brighton General Hospital, leaving the ramp and stairs pitch black at night. Southern blame the NHS, yet the path is on Southern's property, and it's clear from Southern's abysmal maladministration rate, approaching 92% in 2024, that they will not follow their obligation and responsibilities unless they are forced to. So will the council step in, force them to act, and send a message that social landlords across the city cannot act with impunity and ignore the needs of their tenants?
Thank you, Jerome. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question. And I'm really sorry to hear about these difficulties. As a council, we want to actively engage with registered providers. We're not the provider, but we do engage, and we recently met with Southern on other matters, so that is quite possible. We actually held our first registered providers summit in September, because I do believe we do need to work much more closely with these providers, and this is a step towards that. So yes, of course, we will contact Southern on your behalf. I've done that with other residents. Do come get in touch with your local councillor, and myself and your local councillor. We're more than happy to work with you, and we'll get in touch with Southern. And yes, whilst we can't force them, we can certainly strong arm them into helping you out. And failing that, you are entitled to go to the Housing Ombudsman as well, and we're happy to guide you through that. But yes, please do get in contact directly. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Jerome, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Yeah, no, I would like to ask something to you. By way of it, I'd like to highlight one particular resident experience on housing, Damien Hill, who I volunteer alongside, who'd asked me to speak, who for 5 years has seen Southern fail to address a persistent leak that has caused repeated black mould, and recently for him to be temporarily forced out of his flat and into a hotel. He has spoken to his ward councillors privately and has been offered support from that, but we can all agree that as housing is a human right, issues such as this require public intervention as well as support behind the scenes. So I'll ask again if the council takes opportunity to publicly condemn Southern housing and offer Damien and other tenants confidence that their mistreatment is taken seriously.
Thank you, Jerome. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. As I said, we're more than happy to contact Southern Housing on your behalf and advocate for your concerns, and please do get in contact directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Thank you, Jerome, for coming to the meeting with your questions today. Thank you. I'd like to welcome David Gibson. Hi again, David. Would you like to put your question?
Right. Yes, so in the last 3 years, over 100 homeless people in Brighton and Hove have died, mostly living in privately provided temporary and emergency homeless accommodation. For many years, housing campaigners like ourselves have been pressing the council to provide emergency and temporary accommodation. The last council made a promising start by acquiring what was then called Gladstone House, and thankfully no one has died in that facility, and I've visited and it's excellent. Expanding more council-owned temporary accommodation is needed quickly, since council-owned homeless accommodation costs less and is better quality. This can be done more if the council would commit to designating at least 80%, and that's my figure, but that's a suggestion, of the purchasers under the current home purchase scheme as temporary homeless accommodation for a few years at least. Will the council do this, or will the housing lead do this?
Thank you, David. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question. As a former chair of housing, I can't remember this coming up and being done when you were chair. Perhaps next may have another opportunity to bring this up today. Thank you. I can say, though, I'm really thrilled and pleased with our progress. We are indeed expanding our council-owned emergency and temporary accommodation. That's exactly what we're doing. We've committed to another 200 to buy off market. We're nearly up to our 500th buyback in our city. We're investing, as I said, 10 million in new council-owned temporary homes. And alongside that, we are pausing and using voids for the next few months as a temporary measure. So thank you for the question, but we are indeed expanding on this at a huge pace.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. David, do you have a supplementary? Supplementary, David?
Yes, it was raised in the past, and I note that you haven't addressed the actual suggestion. And given that the number of homeless people in temporary accommodation has increased, costing the city's budget millions, unlike, interestingly, reducing under the previous administration. Actually, when we used to work, Labour and Greens worked together well, we reduced the amount of homeless temporary accommodation. Now it's gone out of control. And so please, this is a constructive question. Please take this suggestion seriously. People are dying in homeless accommodation more than anywhere else, and the council needs to act more than the fine things that you said already. It needs to do all it can. So, look at it when you do your housing budget.
Thank you, David. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, I'm not the best person at maths, and you know that, hate spreadsheets, but we're investing 10 million to create 200 new council-owned temporary homes, and I think that's rather more than what you're suggesting or whatever was achieved in the past. So I think we're actually outdoing your ask. Am I wrong?
David, thank you very much for attending the meeting with your questions today. Thank you, David.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, David. David, thank you very much. I would like to welcome Diane Montgomery. Hello, Diane. Would you like to put your question forward, please?
Okay. Whilst developers seek to maximise their offer of shared ownership, affordable homes agreed in planning, as Councillor Williams pointed out, shared ownership is open to residents living outside the city and does not actually reduce the housing waiting list. So the quota percentage of shared ownership sought by the council, reflected in the imminent planning note, need to be tiny or zero, so as to maximise the benefit to local residents in the greatest housing need. Will you ensure that the quota is very low or zero in the forthcoming planning note?
Thank you, Diane. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question, and nice to see you again. The planning advice note we are preparing provides clear guidance on the mix of affordable housing tenures we now want to see brought forward through Section 106 agreements in our new housing schemes. The updated guidance sets out that we will normally seek 100% affordable housing to rent, comprising social or affordable, as defined in the National Planning Policy Framework. with a preference for social rent, of course, because that's my favourite, I'm sure it's yours. So that's something that we will be pushing on. There will be flexibility when considering schemes brought forward to ensure that they remain viable and able to be delivered as set out in our policy in the city plan also. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Diane, do you have a supplementary?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's acknowledged that even with the hundreds of new private developments in the city is still in a housing crisis. Councillor Williams, you did answer in a previous question on this and said that the new planning policy framework has the potential for more flexibility, and you are exploring these options. With the adoption of the Affordable Housing Planning Pan, which outlines requirements for mixed tenure, when will you be able to guarantee a low percentage of the affordable quota that would be shared ownership?
Thank you, Diane. Councillor Williams.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to say, as I said, we have to wait for this to be published, the planning policy advice note, which I don't have total control of. But I can reassure you that I fight every single day to make sure we get the maximum genuinely affordable homes for the residents of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Diane, thank you very much for your questions and for joining the meeting today. I'd like to welcome Nigel. Hello, Nigel. Nigel, would you like to put your question, please?
Sorry, I'm looking to see where Councillor Sankey is.
Is that the back, Nigel?
Oh, there you are. With the cancellation, Councillor Sankey, of this year's planned mayoral elections, with input, I gather, no small input from yourself, can you tell us, please, what, if any, plans do you have to steal our city-wide elections next year?
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr Furness, for your question. Mr Furness, you flatter me. Though I am a supporter of the supplementary vote for mayoral elections, and I'm pleased that that will now be the voting system for nationwide regional mayors, I had no direct involvement in the decision to postpone the mayoral election for Sussex and Brighton, nor the decision to postpone mayoral elections in the other areas of the devolution priority programme. On December the 4th, the government notified myself, the leader of East Sussex and the leader of West Sussex, about the change in the timetable, but also its decision to confirm that it wants to proceed with the formation of a mayoral strategic authority for Sussex and Brighton, which will be set up this year. We look forward to our local elections taking place next year and to retaining the confidence of our residents in Brighton and Hove. We've worked tirelessly to deliver for this city over the past almost 3 years, since May 23, and this Labour administration is looking forward to campaigning in those elections and campaigning to win a second term.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Nigel, have you got your supplementary, Nigel? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. Councillor Sankey, I've heard the contrary from sources in Westminster, and I have to ask, is it your ambition to turn Brighton and Hove into a sanctuary for Labour and any fellow conspirators you may have within these walls from the democratic will of the electorate?
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Madam.
Mr Furness, I don't know who your sources are. Embraces democracy. We are lovers of democracy. We love campaigning and we love winning elections.
Read on.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Nigel, thank you very much for coming and sharing your questions with us. Thank you. Take care, Nigel. Thank you. I would like to welcome Charles Harrison. Hello, Charles. I see you there online. Would you like to put your question forward, please?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, great, thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My question today is about procurement, and it goes like this. On the 2nd of January 2026, the council entered a 6-year contract spending over £18 million of public funds with the provider Base One, who were recently only incorporated as an organisation in May 2023, and therefore, in my perception, do not have a proven track record of delivering a service. This award was an urgent decision made by the leader of the council. We are aware that homeless numbers have been increasing for the last 2 years, and that the surge in the use of costly private nightly placements is not a new trend either. So my question is, why was this decision to place such a major contract so rushed without consideration of alternative actions or proper public scrutiny at a council meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison, very much for the question. Mr. Harrison, this council and this administration is committed to providing the best quality housing to all of our residents, including those that are, through no fault of their own, finding themselves to be homeless. The financial cost of providing temporary accommodation is significant and has grown pretty exponentially in recent years. The council has allocated £28 million for this purpose in this financial year. However, current projections last month indicated an overspend of over £4 million in year, driven by an increasing reliance on costly, nightly paid temporary accommodation to meet our statutory duties. The number of nightly paid units has risen sharply from 114 in 2022 to 520 by November last year, resulting in substantially higher nightly rates when compared to longer-term contracted rates of similar accommodation. This council therefore took an urgent decision to stabilise temporary accommodation provision and address a significant in-year overspend on nightly paid placements. This was necessary to help us address an anticipated in-year overspend while maintaining the continuity of our service for Brighton and Hove residents experiencing homelessness. A transparency notice was issued in accordance with procurement regulations, setting out the legal basis and exceptional circumstances for the direct award. This ensured the process met all statutory requirements and provided openness about the decision. The contract will be managed through regular monitoring of property standards, compliance checks, and clear performance requirements. This includes ensuring safe, well-maintained accommodation and strong support for our residents. In the new financial year, we will launch a further procurement exercise to increase access to block booked accommodation. Local providers will have the opportunity to apply to join this process, creating more routes for high quality affordable provision and improving outcomes for those residents who rely most on us. This supports our wider plan to increase affordable temporary homes and also reduce the reliance on costly nightly provision.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Charles, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sankey, for your detailed response. I'm not convinced this special circumstance apply. As we all know, we're in a housing crisis. In fact, a lot of us are calling it now a housing catastrophe because it's been something that's been emerging over years and years. And I think that councils all around the council are suffering from budget shortfalls, and I think it wasn't so matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I'm a bit surprised that this wasn't foreseen and that actions were started in time to have a patch rather than a permanent solution. Now, I see I've done a bit of research on the provider, and it's a relatively new company, and it has assets of 9,000, well, fixed assets of 9,000, and capital assets of I lost my figures. Yeah, 55,000 of net total assets. So it's a relatively small company to be placing an £18 million contract with. Now, this is over a 6-year period.
Charles, have you got your question?
Yeah, sorry, I'll get into that. Yeah, so a lot can happen in 6 years. I'm just wondering I haven't seen any reference to risk analysis, and so whether the assumptions may change in that 6-year period. Has there been any kind of risk register formed? Are there plans for risk workshops to develop mitigation strategies? So that's really, it's going forward, and we need to get to a more long-term proper fix, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you.
Sorry, it's a bit long-winded.
Sorry, Councillor Sankey.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Harrison, for the supplementary question. And look, I hear your concern. Ideally, decision-making would take place always at our monthly cabinet meetings, where there is proper opportunity for debate and discussion, public questions, opposition questions. And we are committed to, as far as possible, make sure that any decisions of this nature with the financial implications that they have take place at those monthly meetings. So absolutely hear the concern. In relation to your point about, was this foreseeable? We have been projecting for some time that the pressure on temporary accommodation would be increasing, and this administration has taken a number of interventions, more radical than the previous administration and more robust, to try and alleviate that cost, whether that's trying to prevent people being made homeless in the first place, by bringing temporary accommodation in-house to try and reduce costs and to give better certainty and better provision to people, or whether it's actually the direct purchase of temporary accommodation, which is something we agreed at Cabinet last October. So there have been a range of measures of continual interventions. This is another one of those, but given the financial projections we were faced with, it is something that we needed to do urgently and couldn't have waited until January without that having a financial implication as well. But let me reassure you that this council always undertakes due diligence before making any kind of agreement or award such as this. There is a Part 2 element to the paper which cannot be published due to commercial sensitivities. But as I indicated in my response to your initial question, there will be ongoing monitoring of this contract to ensure compliance and to ensure the standards and the quality that we expect.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sankey. Thank you very much, Charles, for your question and for joining the meeting today.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much.
And we'd welcome.
Thank you, Charles. We're now moving on. Can I please move and like to welcome Adam Dennett? Hello, Adam. Would you like to put your question in, please?
Hello, good afternoon. I've got a question on dodgy statistics in relation to the recent secondary school admissions consultation. I know the leader hates dodgy statistics. So in the papers published on the 21st of January, in point 3.34, the council saw fit to use, as part of their justification for the changes to the sibling link priority, a petition from the Equity and Education Group citing support for the changes. More egregiously, though, these responses were added to a table under 3.30 where they were combined with the overwhelmingly negative responses from the official consultation to give the false impression of overall support for the proposals. Now, anyone who's taken an undergraduate class on statistics will be able to explain why this is both wrong and misleading to do this. It involves double counting of respondents, totally different sampling frames, and as a result, these statistics are not valid. If one of my students handed in something like this for an assessment, they would fail. So why do the council officers think it's permissible to mislead full council again, as they were misled last year, with more adulterated consultation outputs? Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Professor Dennett. Welcome back to the Chamber. It's nice to see you. Thank you for your question and your continued input into this debate and consultation. Well, I would say, I think your characterisation of officers and their conduct is pretty unfair. They can't respond to it, but I will respond on behalf of the administration. Unfair, not least because the assumptions in your question are largely false. To the core charge in the question, we don't need undergraduate degrees in statistics. We just need to be able to speak and read English, and luckily all 54 councillors in this chamber speak and read good English and have good comprehension, and they can read the report, which is as clear as day. Section 3.28 says the following: consultees were asked about whether they agreed with the proposed change, sibling link. The majority of respondents replying via the Your Voice portal strongly disagreed with the proposal. There were 332 responses to this question via the portal, with the percentage of responses given as below: 61%, 5%, etc. Then in a separate section following, it notes that a petition was received with 200 responses that were in favour of the sibling link change, and then those are then added to the overall report. So councillors are well able to read those two sections and understand what they mean, and then make their decisions accordingly. In terms of your assertion that officers misled full council again, that's baseless and has not been the finding of two authorities that have looked at the consultation. Sorry, three authorities actually. Let's start with the Office of the Schools Adjudicator, page 41 to 59 of their findings, found that the consultation process met all of the requirements of the School Admissions Code and was fully in line with the governing principles for public consultation. The local government ombudsman then looked at complaints about the overall consultation process and concluded the council consulted in line with the school's admission code. This only took place after an engagement exercise and approved by the council's cabinet. The proposals put forward were detailed, and the council took various steps we would expect during the consultation process. There were various ways interested parties could contribute and question the proposals. All this information was available at full council as the eventual decision makers. There is no evidence this information was not properly considered. An investigation is therefore not appropriate. And then lastly, various complaints about me, my conduct, and the way that evidence was presented in the consultation, all of which considered by the Chief Monitoring Officer, the independent person on councillor complaints, and all of which dismissed. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Professor Dennett, would you like to ask your supplementary?
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a supplementary question. I'm pleased you mentioned the governing principles and last year's consultation. So given that the council only revealed after the consultation closed that its own modelling showed that the Patcham area will this year be uniquely and unfairly disadvantaged, with 15% of children now unable to attend their local school, does the leader agree that the public was consulted on the false premise in this case? Since this 15% figure was hidden during the public window and the majority response was then manually diluted with an external petition, how can the council possibly claim that this process meets the legal governing principles for a fair and informed consultation this year?
Thank you, Professor Dennett. Councillor Taylor, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Well, only 3 minutes. Yes, it does meet the principles. The gunning has been fouled all throughout. I think there's a more substantive point, which is how dismissive Professor Dennett is being of the petition from Equity in Education. We've always accepted petitions to the council to inform our overall consideration of important decisions. I wonder if it's the nature of the petition, who it's coming from, mums on the school gate in Morecambe and Bevendine expressing their support for the sibling link within our admissions criteria. I wonder if it's the nature of that petition that Professor Dennett thinks is so invalid for our consideration. We consider all those opinions alongside those submitted in email, those by the consultation and those in petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Thank you, Professor Dennett. Thank you very much for bringing your question. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome Lizzie Moore. Hi, Lizzie. Would you like to put your question, please?
So before approving an irreversible merger of Stanford Infants and Stanford Junior Schools, what specific financial and educational evidence has the council itself reviewed to satisfy its best value duty that merger offers a lower risk and better outcome than federation?
Thank you, Lizzie. Councillor Taylor, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lizzie. Important question, an important subject tonight that we're obviously going to consider later on the agenda. The Council's worked closely with both governing boards to consider the options to maintain the viability of these two school sites. As the report sets out, the governing bodies have thoroughly looked at options available, and they've recommended the amalgamation of the schools under one head teacher, so a formal merger, as you say. Staffing costs are obviously the largest proportion of spend at schools, and it's through structural change to an all-through primary school that they believe the staffing arrangements can best be put in place and to achieve the savings. I'm confident this does represent best value and has been thoroughly explored by the governing boards of both schools. More broadly, federations do remain a good option in some circumstances, including some that are being actively pursued in the city as we speak. My sense is that in this scenario, given the infant and junior schools are so close by, the governing board reached the conclusion that a merger would offer the most benefits. In terms of educational evidence, the Council has referred the Education Endowment's work that highlights several studies showing a dip in attainment coinciding with transition, including between separate infant and junior schools. And so that's the main justification for looking at full merger.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Lizzie, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you.
Can you confirm whether any published side-by-side financial or educational analysis comparing merger with federation has been reviewed by the Council? And if not, why was it considered appropriate to proceed without one?
Thank you, Lizzie. Councillor Taylor.
So there's no hidden documents. The documents are as published today. What we've got in front of us this evening in the papers is obviously the Council report and then the full responses that the governing boards put in. Our assessment is that the analysis the boards have done has been thorough. We think it is right to support this proposal going forward. I realise there is concerns and we'll address some of that in the debate later. But overall, our position as an administration is that given the context of falling numbers, given the context of difficult budget positions, we think it is admirable and to be supported that governing boards have taken this proactive approach to look at a formal merger. The documents are set out and have been published at what we have seen both from the governing board and responses to the consultation. We are satisfied this is a good way forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Lizzie, thank you very much for attending today. I would like to welcome Alison Wolfenden. Hello, Alison. Would you like to put your questions?
Yeah. Thank you. The Cabinet report for the 13th of November stated it was not possible to quantify the impact of the extended sibling link. Yet Councillor Taylor told Cabinet it would affect 8 or 9 children, and Richard Barker told parents on the 3rd of December 8 or 9 children per school, numbers that are inconsistent but suggest some modelling was likely already known. No catchment level figures were published before the consultation closed on the 9th of January, yet just 12 days later, modelling revealed 15% of Patcham pupils and 20 in the Dorothy Stringer and Varndine catchment could be displaced, preventing parents from responding meaningfully or submitting evidence. Can the Council clarify when the catchment level modelling behind these figures was first known, whether it was known before the consultation closed, and if so, why it was withheld, and how this approach complies with the School Admissions Code, gunning principles, and Nolan standards of openness, honesty and fairness?
Thank you very much, Alison. Sorry, keep going.
It's done.
Have you done? Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Alison, for your question. Let me just take a step back and look at something that was concluded in the adjudicator report on admissions. And I realise there's always a drive to understand modelling, forecasts and numbers impact, but we've just got to bear this in mind. This is from the adjudicator report. It is not the function of admission arrangements to give certainty about whether a child will be admitted to a specific school. The requirement is that admission arrangements must clearly explain how places are allocated. I think we've got to be really clear about that. The only function of school admission arrangements under the school code is to describe how places, when there is excess applications versus the number of places, i.e. they're oversubscribed, how the allocation happens. It is not to forecast for families or give guarantees or percentages as to which school or which area they may or may not get into. That's always been the position of the council, actually, which they don't provide sort of percentage forecasts or likelihoods of getting into either a catchment or a specific school. In the last admissions process, there was such a drive for families and so much different information that we did end up publishing as an indicative guide sort of percentage likelihoods, particularly for the central catchments, but that is not really the purpose of school admissions and how we should be consulting. What the report in November sought to outline is that there is no reliable approach to forecast the impact of what will be individuals' decisions about school preference and family choices, particularly within sibling link. In replies to direct questions that officers received in the consultation or via email, they have sought to outline how, taking some assumptions, the impact of the change in policy might play out. The report is an articulation of the possible impact, but I want to reiterate these cannot be taken as robust forecasts. And it's really, really important that when we think about any kind of numbers or forecasts, parents can't take that as their chance of getting a place. And I think perhaps we went too far last time in doing that in the consultation. Councillors have got to, when setting admissions later this evening, determine the order of the criteria. That's what we're determining, the criteria by which places are offered, and respondees to the consultation were also asked to do the same thing, respond on the criteria. We believe that sufficient information has been available to respond by giving their views on what they thought about the proposed arrangements and criteria. In terms of timing, officers routinely consider the data available, including the most recent forecast at any given time, and that's been included in the report's appendices this evening. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Alison, do you have a supplementary?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to ask a follow-up question on modelling issues, and this is specifically around Whitehawk. So the council's own modelling, published only last week, shows 20 children living in the Dorothy Stringer and Barndine catchment areas may be displaced as a direct result of the proposed extension of sibling priority. Census data released at the same time, which is in Appendix 7, shows that 32% of children in this catchment are eligible for free school meals, a figure that may increase further as eligibility widens this September for free school meals. Under the proposed arrangement, sibling priority is number 3, free school meals within catchment is number 4, and free school meal places are capped at 30% of PAND, which is obviously less than 32%. Free school meals will also rise, and these figures don't account for out-of-catchment siblings placed in 2023 to 2025 who may be on free school meals, including the huge impact Barndine had with stacking in 2025. This means not all free school meal eligible children living in catchment, including Whitehawk, will get a place under priority 4 and instead will fall to priority 7, where places are allocated randomly. The council's own modelling indicates some of these children will not get a catchment place. This could lead.
You've got a question?
Yeah, it's coming. I'm trying to explain. This could lead to better off children applying from out of catchment, displacing a child in Whitehawk on free school meals. Plus, Long Hill is looking increasingly financially vulnerable. My question is stopping a child on free school meals from Whitehawk from receiving a place at Stringer or Barndine an acceptable consequence of your proposals after all the work that you've done to try and help close the gap of disadvantage?
Thank you, Alison. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for supplementary, Alison. I just want to say something that I want to articulate clearly, but also sort of gently to everyone in this debate, and this is not to you at all, Alison. I just want to be careful about the way we use the term displaced and displaced children. The definition of displaced people in the Oxford English Dictionary and elsewhere is someone forced to flee their home or country due to war, persecution, violence, or natural disasters, semicolon, a refugee. I think we have to be really careful about what we're talking about here in the schools debate, which is often a child not getting a place at a specific secondary school, but being offered another place at a school that could very well be quite nearby within our own city. I don't think we're displacing any children. What we are doing is setting an admissions criteria that determines how places are offered to schools where they are oversubscribed. Our primary duty as an education authority is to provide enough school places in the city to meet the number of pupils. That's what we do our main forecasting on. Do we have places to meet pupils? Unfortunately, in a sense, we have many more places than we actually need versus pupils because of the falling pupil numbers that we discussed. So every pupil in this city who wants a local education authority or an academy school place can get one because there are enough places. In terms of the impact of the policy, I think it's an interesting concept, and I'm not attributing this to you, Alison, but many of the opponents of the policy said they didn't like the initial policy because there was too much over-allocation of free school meal pupils into certain central schools, and now there's a concern as to whether all of those pupils will indeed get a place. The broader answer is to say the following. School admissions cannot set an absolutely perfectly aligned modelling of directing exactly which pupils to exactly which school we want to get a perfect balance at any one time. What it can do is be clear about how the criteria work, how places are allocated, and it can try to have a slightly fairer system. We believe in the actions that we've passed in the first council in the country to introduce free school meals on a citywide basis, the first council to think about open admissions for outer areas on a citywide basis, and a council that's received the Gold Award from the Sutton Trust for fairer school admissions. We think that in these reforms that we've passed over a number of years, we have made the system fairer. How that will pan out exactly in terms of numbers will be seen in the years to come, and we'll need to monitor that closely, and that's what councillors will consider tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Thank you very much, Alison, for coming and asking your questions. So we've done extremely well, and we've now taken 23 questions. We're not going to have our full break now. We're going to have a 10-minute comfort break because we have got 4 deputations with members of the public still waiting to go. So we're going to have a 10-minute comfort break, come back, have the deputations, and then we'll have the longer break. Thank you. 6:40, please.
Yeah, that's the first person's already said that.
Right, I'm just going to crack on.
Yeah.
So we have 4 deputations for today's meeting. We have 4 deputations for today's meeting. A list of people forming the deputation and background papers have been circulated in Addendum 1. I would like to welcome Davinda Maku to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation, and you're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, so will Brighton and Hove City Council endorse the Together Alliance demonstration on Saturday, the 28th of March? The Together Alliance, initiated by Stand Up to Racism and other groups, including the Fire Brigade Union and 80 other coalitions, 80 other organisations, including the TUC, NEU, Unison, Greenpeace, and so much more. So let's turn the tide to support the Together Alliance anti-racist national mobilisation on Saturday, the 28th of March in London. And why should Brighton and Hove City Council endorse the Together Alliance? Its services to people and its communities, such as City of Sanctuary on Sea. Brighton and Hove thrives on difference. Our community is committed to welcoming people seeking sanctuary and fostering a culture of respect, care and inclusion. This Saturday, for example, there is a winter warmer event organised by the City of Sanctuary of entertainment at the Jubilee Library, 12 till 4, should you want to support. And such as City of Support Pride, a quote from Attitude magazine, Brighton Pride is historic, inspired and unparalleled. Pride is one of the best international festivals, we love it. In Brighton and Hove, Pride attracts a diverse and demographic community across the globe. Such as Brighton and Hove is committed to an anti-racist agenda and a city. To quote from your actual website, we've pledged to be an anti-racist council. We're dismantling racist structures and challenging racial inequality. Pledge that you've agreed to for another 2 years. So Brighton and Hove's rejection of the narratives of division and racism are paramount for Together Alliance. Consider this, Brighton and Hove to be a forward-thinking city, just like it was on the 7th of August in 2024, where the people of Brighton demonstrated against the far right. That iconic image is well known throughout the UK and the globe. So far, Sefton City Council has signed the Together Alliance statement. Let's not miss out on the opportunity. The people of Brighton and Hove, its surrounding Sussex County, are unique and we are diverse. So let's get together and transcend the challenges that we face that are real. And we want to solve them by giving hate no room instead of harmony, and join the Together Alliance march on the 28th of March in London. And you won't be alone. You will be with Sir Lenny Henry and Billy Bragg and Paul Weller from the Jam. I remember that. And Steve Coogan, if you like his comedy, as well as Friends of the Earth and Diversity Lewis and all the other people there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Linda. I now call upon Councillor Mitchell to reply. Councillor Alexander.
Hi.
Hang on, yeah, it's working now. Hi, thanks for coming today and presenting us with your deputation. We are, as an administration and as a council, we are very committed to being a city that is welcoming to every single person who lives here or works here or visits our city. Last year, we created a community cohesion team within the council. The team are leading work in supporting residents and communities to feel safe in our city and to make it a place that belongs to every single person, no matter what their identity. Believe me, we are extremely invested in combating racism, which very sadly we are well aware is rising both nationally and locally, especially the rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Over the last year, the team have been working on a new community safety strategy, and we have very recently submitted our application for re-accreditation as a City of Sanctuary, and we are developing a community cohesion roadmap. We want to ensure that we are working with all statutory and voluntary sector partners in the city in creating a collaborative city. We are building relationships with residents and grassroots community groups to support them to participate in decision making, and we are taking action to address issues that affect our marginalised and our disadvantaged communities. Recently, we restarted our One Voice meetings. These gatherings of community leaders from across the city are essential in helping us understand more deeply the fears and frustrations felt by our diverse communities right now, and it's working as a fantastic opportunity for learning from each other. We will shortly be developing a training programme for all council employees and councillors we will be developing a training programme for all council employees and councillors to undertake on Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. And also, just for info, 2 days ago, the Labour government launched its social cohesion programme, Common Ground Building Cohesive Communities. And our equality and diversity officers went to the launch to learn and find out how we as a council and as a city can develop, deepen and strengthen the work we are already doing to ensure that every single person in our city feels connected, respected and feels that they are welcome. And by community cohesion, I mean every single person. Yes, we stand up against racism. We stand up against racist actions and racist views, and there is much, much work to be done, including working with residents in our city who may currently have views.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Thank you. I would like to thank Davinder Manku for their deputation. Does Council agree to note the deputation? Thank you very much, Davinder, for coming. I would like to welcome James Baird to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. You're invited to speak up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
You can hear me okay? Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks. Equity and Education formed as a group in response to last year's consultation on secondary school admissions arrangements. Our concern was that despite our community suffering serious educational disadvantage, it was largely absent from the discussions. To set the scene, Moulsecoomb and Bevendine is home to the highest number of impoverished children living in any ward in the city, with more than twice the ward average of children living in poverty. Around 55% of children in our catchment area are eligible for free school meals, far more than any other area in the city, and way above the city average. Our community is also home to among the highest numbers of children with special educational needs. Children in our area also face limited educational opportunities. Ours is a single school catchment area where few children find places at out of catchment schools. We've been campaigning for a change in the sibling link priority since last year's consultation, and we are very pleased that it is now being proposed. Alongside the recently introduced free school meals and open admissions priorities, this change will have a significant positive impact. Our purpose today is to explain why this policy change is so important to people living in our community and why it will benefit families across the whole city, and to urge you to support the change. The sibling link priority is a long-established principle in school admissions. It recognises that families and children benefit from developing strong relationships with their schools, and that schools also benefit from these relationships. In addition, families benefit from this link in terms of the costs and the logistics of getting children to school. The sibling link priority makes sense, and no one seems to be making a principled argument against it. If everyone agrees with the overall principle, then it seems very clear to us that it ought to apply to all families, wherever they live in the city. The fact that it does not reflects the extent to which families living in communities like ours have, until recently, been largely disregarded by policymakers in the city. The current in-catchment-only sibling link makes life harder for families who live outside of their school's catchment area, and impacts upon their ability to make choices others may take for granted. The unfairness of the current policy is particularly pronounced for people in single school catchment areas, where choices are already more limited. Currently, families have no reason to expect that their younger children will be able to attend the same out-of-catchment school as their older siblings. Denying families the security of knowing that siblings will be able to get a place in the same school acts as a barrier to taking up the opportunities presented by the open admissions and free school meals priorities. Currently, if a child gets an out-of-catchment place through one of these priorities, but their younger sibling does not, the parents are faced with a logistical nightmare when it comes to getting their children to school every day. It also undermines the ability of families to build strong bonds with their schools and become embedded within the school community. Most starkly, the current policy penalises families who move out of a catchment area, not as a matter of choice, but because of changes in circumstances over which they have no control. Brighton currently has a record number of families living in temporary accommodation. These families are often in one location for years and then find themselves being moved across town at very short notice. Other families may be forced to move to a cheaper part of town when their landlord increases their rent. At the moment, in both these examples, families lose access to the sibling link. This is clearly unfair, and it impacts on some of the poorest and most vulnerable children in our city. The unfairness of the current policy is keenly felt in our community, where it makes life harder for families. It makes it more difficult for them to exercise choices, and it limits educational opportunities. During this and last year's admissions arrangements consultations, people in our community have demonstrated that they care deeply about education and that they are looking for change. Over 200 people signed our petition in favour of the extension of the sibling link priority. We worked hard to engage them. And this level of engagement is incredibly rare from our marginalised community, and it reflects a desire for change and a belief that change is indeed possible. We see the extension of sibling link to all families in the city, alongside free school meals and open admissions priorities, as another small step towards building a more equal and less socially segregated city, where all families are viewed as equal and all children are equally valued. Progress is slow, but we commend the Council's commitment to addressing these issues. We appeal to all of you in this chamber to support the proposed policy change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Councillor McGregor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, James, and the entire FA and Education team for everything that you've brought today. I think I speak for myself and for most of the councillors here to say that the work you've done to engage people in North East Brighton is massively appreciated. As somebody that it represents, Whitehawk, I know firsthand the amount of times that people just don't feel heard and don't feel seen in an environment like this. And I also think the only time I've ever been in the council chamber was after I was elected. So as a kid that grew up in poverty, it was a bit of a strange situation to walk into this. So it's really, I personally really appreciate the work that you do to engage community with issues like this. The proposed changes to the sibling link and the admissions arrangement for September 27 are seen as a reasonable and necessary step following the recent changes that you highlighted, and in your deputation articulates the benefits of the changes and the impact on families and especially children in the city. So the report recommends the changes as made, and the councillors will take your deputation and when we decide on it and how we vote tonight. But yeah, I just personally want to say thank you very much for coming through. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I would like to thank James Baird for their deputation. Does the council agree to note the deputation? Thank you very much, James. Thank you. I would like to welcome Matthew Boot to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. Hi, Matthew. You are invited to speak for up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. This council is proposing major changes to secondary school admissions for the third year in a row, yet still no impact assessment has been carried out on the last 2 rounds of changes. Councillors and the public have no evidence about whether previous policy aims were met or what unintended consequences have already occurred. The new proposal would extend sibling priority to all children, regardless of where they live. At present, sibling link applies to children living in catchment only. Removing that safeguard introduces a clear and serious risk. In catchment children, including those on free school meals, could lose places at their local school because out of catchment siblings are placed ahead of them. As worded, this is a policy to extend deliberate displacement of children from their local schools, including those on free school meals. In Varndine and Stringer catchment, the council's own 30% cap for children on free school meals would be reached before all in catchment FSM children are offered places. Those children would then be just as vulnerable to displacement as any other. This directly contradicts last year's policy change, which was explicitly designed to protect in catchment children on free school meals. This proposal would even prioritise children who do not live in the city over children who do. It applies not only to siblings who gain places through open admissions or FSM priority, but also to families who move out of the city. The result is predictable: more children unable to attend a school they can easily travel to, more separation from primary school friendship groups, more random allocation, more uncertainty for families, more appeals. Yet the council has carried out no assessment of these likely impacts or even bothered to articulate them before going out to consultation. In November, Cabinet papers stated it was not possible to quantify how many siblings this change would affect. This is wrong. During the consultation, some individuals received private emails from Richard Barker containing figures, quite large numbers. These figures were never published. How can the community respond to a consultation, and how can councillors be expected to make informed decisions when the data is withheld? Deliberate displacements hits hardest on those children with the least resources. Information the council shared with the adjudicator last year showed the first to be displaced will be those whose parents or carers didn't put in any application in, who are likely to already be facing less stable home circumstances and who are unable to navigate increasingly complex admissions systems. We are asking the council today to reassess this proposal and amend it so that in-catchment children are not deprioritised. This could easily be achieved by counting out of catchment siblings with the existing 5% open admissions quota, or introducing a split sibling criterion that places out of catchment siblings after all in catchment children. Over 1,500 children apply for secondary school places in Brighton and Hove every year. Councillors have a responsibility to ensure that any policy change is evidence-based, transparent and properly assessed. We are asking you to insist on that due diligence before our children pay the price.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Councillor Chola, you have 3 minutes to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for your deputation. I want to recognise your role in engaging constructively in the democratic process, and thank you once again for engaging in the consultation. Your deputation ensures that as full council considers these proposals, we are able to do so informed of the differing views of the city. Now, whilst I do not wish to revisit the debate held last year that highlighted the disparities of opinions on the proposed changes to our secondary school admission arrangements, and indeed it does feel like we have done somewhat this evening, I do want to quote from the detailed and binding determination of the school's adjudicator, because it clearly outlines far better than I can how catchment areas should be considered. The adjudicator stated, in the objections, a large proportion of the concerns expressed related to the prioritisation of the admission of children outside of the catchment area over those in catchment. It appeared to me that there's a fundamental misunderstanding about the use of catchment areas in prioritising admission. When originally employed by local authorities to allocate children to schools after the 1944 Education Act, catchments were drawn for each school and children within the area went to that school. However, whilst the same term is used today, the primacy of catchment areas in schools admission has long since disappeared. A more representative term for what can be implemented in admission arrangements today would be priority admission areas. The code permits that an admission authority can choose to use a catchment area as an oversubscription criterion to prioritise admission. It does not mandate its use. An admission authority can choose to employ any oversubscription criterion to prioritise admission in line with local circumstances. When employed in the list of oversubscription criteria in any admission arrangements, the importance of a catchment area in prioritising admission is determined by its order in that list. The local authority has prioritised other admissions criteria above the level of priority afforded to applicants who reside in a defined area. This is entirely permitted by the code, and I therefore do not uphold this part of the objections. The proposed changes to the sibling link are about providing a priority to those with an elder sibling at the school, irrespective of where they live in the city, including for the reasons cited in the previous deputation. It is felt on balance that providing families with greater clarity about the school that younger siblings might attend and minimising the barriers to families taking up the opportunity afforded by the free school meals and open admission criteria was an important priority in admissions. I think this is very well explained by my colleague, Councillor Taylor, early on. In relation to the points you've raised about data, the report in November sought to outline that there is no reliable approach to forecast the impact of what will be individual decisions about school preference, again, as outlined by Councillor Taylor previously. In response to direct questions, officers have sought to outline how, taking some broad assumptions, the impact of...
Thank you very much, Councillor Cholak. You've used your time. Thank you. Thank you. So I would like to thank Matthew for your deputation. Does the council agree to note the deputation? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So I would like to welcome Scarlett Chapman to the meeting. Hi, Scarlett. And ask that you put your deputation to the meeting. You're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Madam Mayor, councillors, thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real honour to be speaking with you. I'm here because I believe in something very simple. You can build more social housing on small sites, welcomed by communities, faster, and I can demonstrate that residents want this. A bit of backstory. My name is Scarlett Chapman. I'm 15 years old, but at the age of 8, I'd noticed street homelessness on the streets of Brighton and Hove. I couldn't understand why, so I began busking and raising money for different homelessness charities across Brighton and Hove. Doing that, I'd raised over £10,000, and by the time I was 12... Thank you. By the time I was 12, I found out about the hidden homeless. In Brighton and Hove alone, there are over 1,000 families who are currently stuck in temporary accommodation. Many of them have been waiting up to 8 years to be permanently housed, and I've personally met families who are still stuck in temporary accommodation for 15 years and are still waiting to be housed. I've spoken to parents who have cried in front of me, and I've listened to stories of children living with damp and mould on their walls. Families sharing single bedrooms, and children having to move from house to house, school to school, and friend group to friend group. It becomes a vicious cycle which many families never get the chance to escape from. And this isn't just a short-term housing issue, health issue, or child issue. It's a lifelong inequality issue. So, what's the problem? The problem isn't about how many homes we build. It's about how long families are asked to wait. Small, unused, council-owned sites offer a huge opportunity to move faster. These small pockets of land might not look like much, but they can become forever homes far more quickly than larger developments. The longer these sites stay unused, the number of families in need of a permanent home go up. So small social housing developments don't only benefit families, but they benefit the community. Children can integrate more quickly. Local services experience negligible additional pressure. Communities are able to support and welcome families, and long-term costs are significantly reduced. And this isn't a theory, it's common sense, and it is humane. One of the biggest barriers to build social housing is the assumption that public support isn't guaranteed. But I don't think that's because the public don't care. I think it's because most people simply don't know about the hidden homeless. So we decided to test that assumption. Mission Home has grown to become a strong team. A team of dedicated residents of our city who have worked tirelessly to bring our campaign to life. We are currently working on a site in Woodingdean, and I'm sure some of you are aware of the site at the bottom of Cowley Drive. Well, at the moment, through Mission Home, we're encouraging residents to comment on the planning application needed to support the 4 family-sized council homes to be approved, and it's going really well. So I'm going to list some feedback that we've had from speaking with residents in Woodingdean. When people know why more social housing is needed, they welcome small-scale developments in their communities. They don't like finding out about builds in their area last minute. They want to be included in the process earlier. They are distrustful of the term affordable housing, and residents are concerned that new social housing will end up as private property. And they're making their voices heard via the planning portal. So there is a lot more work to do, but what we're seeing is that once people are given the full picture, the majority are open to social housing being built on underused land in their communities. And Mission Home exists to help make that happen. My ask today is simple, and it's about confidence. Identify more small, underused sites and bring them forward for development much faster. And Councillor Williams, if you think Mission Home could add some value, we would welcome the opportunity to meet you and maybe some of your senior officers to talk about how we can support the potential sites in the pipeline. As homelessness is a challenge that we all have our part to play in overcoming it. So let's work together. I think I've handed you some leaflets of Mission Home, so they should have a QR code on the back where it will take you to the Mission Home website, and there'll be guidance there as to how you can support the planning application for the site in Woodingdean. It's open to comment by anyone of any age, any location within Brighton and Hove, and it only takes 30 seconds. So let's do this. To have small sites come forward for development faster, to benefit families and society as a whole, and for residents to become part of the solution and not an obstacle. Time spent in temporary accommodation comes down, and these developments work for communities, work for families and councillors. Let's restore childhoods and let's restore belonging. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Scarlett. I call upon Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for your deposition. A girl after my own heart. I will say you'll get on very well. And also, I think we have to give this girl a job, everybody. What a really
100%.
well developed leaflet. And I'm so pleased, first of all, that you are supporting our application for Cowley Road. This has been long in the pipeline. So your support, encouraging residents to agree to comment and to welcome it, is really important to us to get this development on the go. And we've got a few more that we could do with your help within your area as well. So we do have a strong track record, actually, of delivering homes on large sites and small sites. And this included, I don't know if you're probably aware of our hidden home schemes. We've developed on micro sites such as former garages, empty bins, sheds, and now one-bed lovely flats. We just built a house last year on half a garden because we thought their garden was too big. We could get another house on there, and that's in Portslade. So we do this a lot. And you're absolutely correct, because while we haven't got large sites all of the time to build hundreds of homes, we've got lots and lots of what we call micro sites. and it's micro regeneration and generation, which I'm very interested in. So yeah, we've got a lot to talk about, but I just want to say to you, well done for raising awareness, and we really do welcome this community involvement and community support, and keep going. Thank you.
So I would like to thank Scarlett for bringing this deputation to the council. It's something that's really close to my heart, and it's truly inspirational to see a young woman of your age taking this path to fight for better homes for people. And thank you so much for bringing it to us, and hopefully we'll see you again soon and follow and assist on your journey. Does the council agree to note the deputation? Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to do the call over, please. So can I refer to... I prior to the council, considering the reports of the committees referred to on the agenda, the items be called over item by item. Any member of the council wishing to speak on or vote against any item may reserve it for debate immediately after the item number has been called. I will now ask the Head of Democratic Services to undertake the call over.
Item 76, Annual Youth Justice Plan 2025-26. Item 77, Proposals for the Future of Stamford Infant and Stamford Junior Schools. Item 78, School Admission Arrangements 2027-28. Item 79, Budget Protocol. Item 80, Timetable of Meetings for 2026-27. Item 81, Our City Transport Plan 2035. Item 82, Review of Political Balance 2025-26. Madam Mayor, I can confirm that the following items have been called. Item 76, item 78, item 76, Annual Youth Justice Plan 2025-26, item 77, Proposals for the Future of Stamford Infant and Stamford Junior Schools, item 78, School Admission Arrangements 2027-28, item 81, Our City Transport Plan 2035, and item 82, Review of Political Balance 2025-26.
Thank you very much, Anthony. We're now going to break. Can we return, please, at 7:45? Thank you.
Are we ready to go? Is he all good? Yeah. Is he all right from over there? With the recording.
You all right? Hard to tell, isn't it?
Thank you. As you know, councillors, written questions and the responses are taken as read by reference to the list which has been circulated with addendum 4. I've now been notified of 17 oral questions and these will be taken in the order detailed in the agenda. I would remind councillors that 30 minutes is set aside for oral questions and therefore not all questions will be dealt with at the meeting. I would ask that responses are kept brief to enable as many questions as possible to be heard. I would like to welcome Councillor Davis to put your question on local schools.
Thank you, Mayor Grimshaw. And I'm a bit sad that fabulous brooch has gone. It was amazing. Should bring it back, the little brooch that came back on. Mayor Grimshaw, recently this week, myself and colleagues met with a head teacher and a chair of board of governors of a local secondary school. And they were perplexed that the Sutton Trust had not been taken up on their offer to help with the recent changes. Could I ask the administration why, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Yeah, I was made aware of this by another Green councillor earlier today. I have absolutely no idea what it refers to. We have a really close relationship with the Sutton Trust and talk to them regularly, including when they awarded us the Gold Award for fair admissions fairly recently. I'm absolutely unaware of any offer to help more directly on school admissions. If such an offer exists, we will be taking it up wholeheartedly and very quickly. I suspect the Chair of Governors and Head Teacher may have slightly got their wires crossed.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Davis, do you have a supplementary?
I do. Thank you for your answer, Councillor Taylor. During that meeting, the head teacher in particular made reference to a lack of personal input from local councillors. They were, in fact, very highly praised of officers. And I was just going to ask if I could get a firm commitment, because I do understand how busy administration councillors can
And thank you for your continued and obviously your residents' continued engagement on this. There is a report coming to Cabinet. I'm going to say that we're aiming for March, but I don't want to overpromise that. So if it slips to April, please don't lambast me. But officers are working on that, and I'll continue to liaise with you and your residents on the content of that report, and hopefully we can get it to a good solution.
Thank you very much, Councillor Oakins. Councillor Fishley, do you have a supplementary? Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Councillor West to put your question on devolution and mayoral election.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now we know from veteran NEC member Anne Black that Labour council leaders have been lent upon by their party superiors to delay elections for fear of being routed by reform. Can the leader of the council say how she views such appalling political interference in the democratic process and assure us that our own elections here in Brighton and Hove will take place next year and not be delayed for fear of Labour losing control?
Thank you very much, Councillor West. Councillor Taylor, I believe you're answering on behalf of Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Sankey sends her apologies. She's attending hospital with a relative. She'd be disappointed not to answer that question, but that's my luck because I get to answer it instead. As we said earlier, we absolutely love elections on this side of the chamber. We love the last election. We love campaigning. Bring on the next election, because at that next election, what we'll be standing on is our proud record of improving services in this city, our proud record of making school admissions fairer, our proud record of building and buying more social houses than previous administrations, our proud record of being a responsive, efficient and successful administration in contrast to previous green emissions. So bring on the next election next year. We can't wait, and we can't wait to debate with Councillor West the future of the city and put forward our platform.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Councillor West, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Madam Mayor, but I tell you what, I'm going to actually leave a bit of time out of this extremely short session for other members to perhaps get a chance to put theirs.
Thank you very much, Councillor West. That's very thoughtful. Councillor Meadows, I'd like to welcome you to put your question on funding for social housing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As one of 5 councils that have apparently asked the government to be considered for extra funding to build or buy housing for those from outside of the country, will you also lobby the government for more funding to house local people too?
Thank you very much, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Meadows, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Mayor. As so many local people are on the housing list, it would be helpful if they were considered as a priority. How can you assure residents from the city that they will be housed in due course and not pushed back as others take priority?
Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not quite sure who the others are that you're referring to. Anybody on our council list is entitled to be on our council list and are waiting and bidding for houses just the same as everybody else. Nobody's being pushed around here. People who are entitled to bid on our council list will be able to bid and will carry on bidding. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I would like to welcome Councillor Earthy to put your question on Brighton and Hove City Council's pothole filling programme.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's been a lot of talk in national and local press recently about the big rise in claims against local authorities by drivers suffering major damage due to potholes. Some roads in my ward are starting to resemble a battlefield of shell craters and may provide fertile ground for future claims. So really I'm asking, please can you provide an update on the Council's pothole filling programme with specific reference to how much of the budget has we spent to date, what additional central government funding may be forthcoming, and what budgetary headroom do we have to accelerate our programme of pothole repairs?
Thank you very much, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Mooter?
Sorry.
Yeah, Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Further to our planned resurfacing programme, our annual £2.2 million budget funds reactive road and pavement repairs to ensure highway safety. This will be fully spent this financial year, As with all highway authorities, we follow the well-managed highway infrastructure code of practice and operate a risk-based approach to maintenance. Our inspection regime is set out in the Council's Highway Reactive Safety Maintenance and Inspection Policy as refreshed and passed by Cabinet last year. Roads are inspected every 6 months and busier routes inspected monthly or every 3 months. Where investigation level defects are identified, potholes, inspections carry out a dynamic and risk assessment. Our risk matrix to score determines whether the repair is required and the timescale: 2 hours, 24 hours, 7 days or 28 days, depending on the likelihood and severity of potential incident occurring. How busy the position of the defect and carriageway and footway are factors. And that's what we're doing, busy getting on doing that. The government grant funding supports pothole prevention and contributes to our planned maintenance programme for their highways assets, including signals, lightings and structures. Details of the 26-27 allocation will be set out in the Capital Transport Report coming to Cabinet soon.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mooton, do you have a supplementary, Councillor Earthy?
Yes, I do, and it may well turn out to be rhetorical. Since I tabled my oral question, I feel that the pothole problem is accelerating out of control in terms of the number that needs fixing, the rate of creation of new ones. I also feel that the current budget allocation may be insufficient given the scale of problem of road deterioration. So I'll elaborate more in the city transport plan debate. So I think my question is probably rhetorical, but I'll give you a chance anyway. So in the 2026-27 budget, do you think the council should explore as an option that all road-related funds that do not come from central government grants, i.e. those that are not ring-fenced, are actually spent on resurfacing roads, mending potholes, unblocking roadside drains, and surveying subsurface pipes for leaks? But don't mind if you think that's rhetorical.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Earthy, for your rhetorical question. We have central government grant funding, as described, is roads and with planned maintenance, so we use that well within our budget. And we have more money for highways maintenance under the current government compared with the last. We all know the pothole became the emblem of the Tory party, the emblem of underinvestment, underfunding, neglection across England. We have a backlog because years upon years of lack of funding by the Tory government before us has caused this, and we are suffering because of that. Our backlog is there, but we are determined to tackle the Tory pothole. Welcome this significant uplift in grant funding under the new Labour government. With a multi-year settlement means we have more and we will do more. We are coming to fix a pothole near you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. I would like to welcome Councillor Wilkinson to put your question on area promenade refurbishment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In Brighton and Hove, our seafront promenades are among the city's most important assets. They support the local economy by attracting visitors and increasing footfall for local businesses, while also providing essential everyday public space for residents. I recognise and thank the Council for the significant investment and long-term commitment it has made to the eastern seafront, including the restoration of Madeira terraces, which demonstrates a clear ambition to protect and enhance this nationally important environment. However, many of the benches and shelters on Marine Parade are now in visible disrepair, creating issues around safety, accessibility, and the overall quality and pride of our seafront. Residents have welcomed the recent council-led refurbishment of the iconic cucumber benches and associated furniture on Hove Promenade, which showed how improvements can be delivered to a consistent standard through a structured programme with proper oversight. While I fully recognise the financial pressures facing the Council, will the Cabinet member commit to extending this Council-led approach to include Brighton's seafront?
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Okins. Oh, sorry. Councillor Miller.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Wilkinson, for your question. I know and I understand how important this is for Kemp Town residents, and it is also indeed a really important priority for our administration. As well as the Madeira Terraces project, the Temple and the Reading Room are finished and thriving. The lift connecting Marine Parade and the Madeira Drive is being built as we speak. And it is the whole area is being restored, Seafront Lanches is being restored, and Blackrock is development ready. However, I appreciate that at street level, we have done less. The good news is that officers have already begun the process of assessing the street level seafront park infrastructure, the benches and the shelters along Marine Parade. And it looks very positive that quite a lot of the infrastructure will be suitable for extending that community-led program, which has been so successful in Hove, restoring the queue current benches, and that we will be able to extend that to the Kemp Town seafront.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. Councillor Wilkinson, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given the historic and listed nature of many of the seafront benches and shelters, and the need for specialist expertise, consents, and clear accountability, can the Cabinet member confirm that this will be delivered through a coordinated council-led programme involving ward councillors, and that repairs will be brought forward where furniture is currently in poor or unsafe condition?
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I've already mentioned, officers have begun the process of assessing the infrastructure there, and it's looking very, very positive that a large proportion of the benches, especially those which are not listed, will be suitable for inclusion. Dangerous structures have been identified, safety checks are being carried out, and it looks also very promising. This is a two-stranded project, and it looks possible that RJ Dance, as part of their social value work, may also be able to do some basic basic refurbishment of the shelters. And we should be able to refurbish and indeed restore the majority of the benches, if not all.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. I'd like to welcome Councillor Pickett to put your question on waste management.
Thank you, Chair. You may have heard some of this before. Every day for months and months now, I and other councillors from all over the city have been dealing with daily complaints from residents regarding missed bin waste collections, be it general, recycling, garden waste, food waste, and the inability of the council to remove it on the day's schedule, or even at all within the current agreed cycles. According to the council's own Mendex mixed collection data, starting in 2022 to 23, 7,979 total collections were missed. This rose to 13,810 later in that year. In 2023 to 4, a peak of 16,046 total collections were missed, and in 2025 to 26, a peak of 16,194 has been reached. This is despite this being one of this Labour administration's top manifesto policies in 2023, to create a reliable bin collection. When will this reliable service that you promised to deliver on actually achieve the aim of getting bins emptied on time and within the schedule?
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Councillor Okins.
Thanks for the question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, yeah, I mean, look, it's no secret that the service was in a very poor state when we took over in 2023. It's not going to be overnight, but I would argue that we've made very, very significant success. Yes, of course, there are wobbles at times, and we've discussed that earlier in response to an earlier question. But, you know, I think getting the service to the point where, you know, routinely on a normal week-to-week basis, it's ticking over at 99% plus is pretty good. Our target is 100%, of course, but, you know, the issues raised around the long-standing culture in the service, the underinvestment in vehicles, you know, staffing numbers, you know, we've really sort of taken this on, and it's been, you know, it's been a major area of work for us. We're not there yet, but I would argue that we are very well on the way. And yeah, I realise that there's been wobbles in the last few weeks, but you know, I'm sure there's a historic speech that I could quote about the arc of progress. You know, when you zoom in on it, it looks wobbly, but when you zoom out, it's a smoother arc. So I'm confident that we'll get there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Okins. Councillor Pickett, do you have a supplementary?
I guess all I would say, Councillor Wilkins, is I hear you, but it doesn't really change the fact that this isn't really working and that we're receiving complaints every single day. The system is failing the city, and you're not delivering what you have said is a reliable service. So I'd just like to know what you think we can say to residents to reassure them that this is going to change.
Councillor Okins.
I think there's a good example of one of the key changes that we have made, which is, you know, Councillor Pickett has just identified some historic stats on missed collections. One of the key changes that we've made, just by way of example of where we are now compared to where we were, obviously the service used to run on scraps of paper and now runs on a digital system. Now, in most cases, we don't actually need residents to report their missed collections because we already know immediately, almost the second that it's missed, that it's missed. Of course, there's going to be some that we don't know are missed, and those are the ones we want residents to report. But, you know, I think that's just one illustration of the different place we're in now. And I think that I appreciate frustrations when collections are missed, but in my experience, one of the major things that really frustrates residents is the lack of information and the uncertainty around what's going on and what the plan is to catch up. And I think that now we've really addressed that.
Thank you, Councillor Okins. I would like to welcome Councillor Lyons to put your question on Brighton Palace Pier.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Considering the Conservative Group December NOM re the winter economy and the owners of the Palace Pier warning that Brighton and Hove needs more tourists, will the administration concede, now that the pier is for sale, that the Labour group have taken their eyes off boosting our tourism and winter economy compared to what other cities are doing?
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Miller to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Lyons on actually speaking about the Brighton Palace Pier. I'm still not quite sure what the NOM refers to when it speaks about the Brighton Pavilion Pier, but I'm sure we'll find out when he's proposing his NOM. So I have to disagree with your assessment of our tourism industry. Has it fully exceeded where all areas have not yet exceeded where we were pre-pandemic, but the majority of areas have experienced growth and many areas are doing well. We have higher numbers of overnight staying visitors than we did pre-pandemic. We are almost at the same total number of visitors. Day trippers have slightly reduced, but I would also say that as a city which has many residents who complain about the number of day trippers, I'm not sure everybody would agree with you that not having yet reached pre-pandemic levels is necessarily a terrible thing. Our attractions are doing well. I know that the I360 reported today at the Destination Experience Group that their numbers are substantially up. Their pre-bookings are up from last year. Tourism is heading in the right direction in this city, and I absolutely refute the idea that this council is not supporting tourism and that we are not working closely with businesses to deliver. One of their asks was that we improve the look and feel of the city, and that is what we have been doing. And we are working on improving the seafront. We've installed a new city centre manager to improve the station to the sea and the appearance of the city centre itself. Tourism business know that we are working closely with them to support them and help them grow and thrive.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. Councillor Lyons, have you got a supplementary?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I have. So that being the case, why do you think only last week the Telegraph ranked Brighton and Hove 17th out of 20 in a recent critical assessment of Britain's big cities, highlighting low visitor appeal with a rating of 4 out of 10, driven by perceptions of a dilapidated city with issues cited such as high parking costs, excessive graffiti, homelessness, and a lack of focus on tourism by this Labour Council?
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Miller, can I ask you to reply, please? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These articles are interesting. Last year, in the autumn, we were also one of Time Out's. The whole London Road area that you've just, I think, disparaged about as graffiti is regarded as one of the 10 coolest neighbourhoods in the world, not just in this country. We are also, in 2025, we were also one of Condé Nast's top 25 destinations in the world. So I absolutely refute your denigration of our amazing city and our wonderful offering.
Could it be better? Of course it could be. So that's why we're working so hard to improve things. But it is already a great destination and people love coming here. We've got fantastic bumper
Councillor
year
Miller,
for
we're running
conferences
really
this
short
year.
of time. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Councillor Begoth to put your questions on pavement parking, please. Councillor Begoth, is you?
No. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have had particular issues in Hangleton with cars regularly blocking pavements. In light of the government's recent announcement that councils will be given greater power to restrict pavements parking so pavements are kept clear for pedestrians and vulnerable residents, can the cabinet member explain how he plans to use these powers and strike the correct balance?
Thank you, Councillor Begoth. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Councillor Begoth. After many years of urging previous government to decide on the 2019 option to assessment as presented to the then Tory Secretary of State 6 years ago, we generally are pleased that the new Labour government have provided clear direction to give councils such as ourselves stronger powers to tackle dangerous and antisocial pavement parking. The changes will mean pavements that are safer and clearer for everybody, pedestrians, wheelchairs users, mobility scooters, buggies and pushchairs, while also reducing costly damage and trip hazards across the city. Right now, residents can only restrictions can only be applied street by street for a slow legal process. They very much welcome the new government's announcement and introduce secondary legislation and allow us to tackle this long-standing problem. Pavement parking blocks access, as I described, and the new powers introducing a new contravention of unnecessary obstruction of a footway. We recognise that some streets may need tailored approach, and we will work closely with communities as guidance from the DFT is finalised. I look forward to working with residents and officers to deliver clearer, safer and more accessible pavements, even in parts of Brighton and Hove that work well for each community.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Councillor Begoth, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please. I don't know, from your answer, it seems you have answered part of it, but I'll still ask, maybe you have the answer. Considering we have some extremely narrow roads in some areas in Hangleton, for example, Hardwick Road, which is opposite to schools, and at the same time, a bus cannot go through without having the cars around being parked on pavement. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the buses to go through. What would be the solution for residents of such roads who own cars, especially the disabled ones?
Thank you, Councillor Begoth. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bagwell. I recognise that very problem, and although we do wait for DFT forthcoming statutory guidance, which will set out exactly how council can implement these powers and tackle pavement parking in a local responsible way, we absolutely know that we'll have to work closely with local communities, including your ward in Hangleton and Knoll, and we worked with each community and ward councillors to tackle antisocial and hazardous pavement parking across the city, but in a way that works for each community. Because we recognise in some areas it will not be so straightforward. So we will engage well, and subject to how the guidance comes forward, we absolutely want to make sure that we implement these powers so the right effect on each part of the city works well for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. I'm just going to start. We will take the next question. I would like to welcome Councillor McLeod to put your questions on the LPS block.
Amazing, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm expecting to be able to. We got through a lot of them today. Has the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government refused any request that has been made by Brighton and Hove City Council for additional financial support towards remediation costs of LPS blocks?
Councillor Williams.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have written to the government about helping us with remediation costs, and I'm awaiting a reply, so I can certainly let you know. Thank you.
Councillor McClay, do you have a supplementary?
I do. Very short. It's a shame, yes, you haven't received a response yet, but when you do, and if you are provided with that financial support, could that information be shared with all of us? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McClay. Councillor Williams? Councillor Williams?
Yes, as I just said, I will let you know as soon as I can. I said that earlier, sorry.
Thank you very much. So we have now reached the end of our allocated time for oral questions, and I will therefore move to the next agenda item. I will now call on Councillor Daniel to introduce the item, Annual Youth Justice Plan. Councillor Daniel, you have 5 minutes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I think this one is myself.
Okay, Councillor Chola.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present the Brighton Hove Youth Justice Plan of 2025 to 26 to colleagues today. As the report outlines, despite our city being one of relative affluence, we have a high number of children living in households who are exposed to elements of adverse childhood experience, such as mental health issues, substance misuse, and domestic abuse. These factors have long been identified as being prevalent amongst vulnerable children and contribute to unstable environments that increase the likelihood of a child engaging in criminal activity. Additionally, a large proportion of serious and violent crime within our city is linked to the drug trade and county lines activity. The associated exploitation of children that exists within these spheres continues to prove one of the biggest challenges for services working with vulnerable children in the city. Fortunately, against this confronting backdrop of vulnerability is our steadfast Brighton and Hove Adolescent Strategic Partnership Board, who stand committed to addressing the unique needs of these young people. The partnership, by way of the Youth Justice Plan, seeks to reduce the number of first-time entrants into the criminal justice system. As colleagues will be able to see from the data in the report, they've achieved a reduction of 29% in first-time entrants compared to last year. Of particular note is the number of female FTEs who have more than halved. The plan also seeks to reduce reoffending rates. Now, understandably, this is where the greatest challenge lies, as professionals are trying to disrupt behaviour that can be entrenched and subject to reinforced criminal activity by means of exploitation. Nonetheless, the data within the report shows that we've seen a very slight reduction in the binary rate for reoffending, and indeed a reduction in the frequency rate, despite an increase in the cohort. The plans focus on reducing custody rates, and this perfectly demonstrates the type of serious challenges we face within the city. While the custody rate over the last 4 years has fluctuated, we can see that last year ours was above the national average, and we've seen an increase in the number of custodial sentences following a decline last year. This comes amidst an increase in violent and knife-related offending, albeit we're largely contained to a small group of particular high-risk young people who are well known to our services. I want to briefly outline key areas of the plan for the year ahead. The Strategic Board remains committed to the Child First principle, which rightly seeks to support the treatment of children coming to the attention of police as children first and offenders second. This trauma-informed practice allows us to counter the adultification of youth justice, which has historically been shown to be a systemic failure of the criminal justice system at large, especially when it comes to racialised bias. The plan continues to embed the AMBIT model to relevant service provision, recognising its value in greater cohesion between vulnerable and excluded children and families. That helps us to break down those barriers that have previously existed in providing interventions with those who need them most. While knife crime makes up a relatively small proportion of all offending in the city, the plan does recognise the seriousness of these crimes and their propensity amongst both vulnerable and or exploited young people. The VR knife crime programme for those young people referred for knife or weapons offences adopts an evidence-based approach focusing upon education, reflection and decision-making. This is alongside Operation Safety, which provides a multi-agency oversight of knife crime and violence in the city, focusing on intervention, appropriate external controls and disruption. I believe this youth justice plan, in tandem with the wider work of this administration, such as our VORC strategy, our drug and alcohol strategy, and our work on mental health provision, can help provide the types of interventions that are so vital in disrupting a child's likelihood of engaging in criminal activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chola. We will now move to We'll move to the general debate. Councillor Shanks.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, we welcome this report. The problem is that there is no financial information in the report, and obviously the cost of a child in custody can be, £100,000 type of thing. So I know that some of the funding comes from locally and some comes nationally, etc., but there isn't a financial breakdown, which I think would have been useful to see. It's also useful to see the gender balance and the race issues. It's quite interesting, and it's obviously the case in social work as well, that you've got, it's mainly young men who are young offenders and are mainly female staff. So I think that is often something that people try and address in terms of providing role models. I think, we have seen the breakdown, say, in gender race. Obviously, generally, contact with the youth justice system is associated with deprivation in young people from the most deprived areas. I'm not sure this statistic is still true, but it certainly was twice as likely to have contact with youth justice. And there's no geographical breakdown in the city either. And I would expect that might be the case, that it might show us where the target areas are. And that might help us then see what other provision there is in those areas that's preventative in terms of community facilities, youth services, etc., or what the schools are doing around there. So I think it just needs a bit more context in terms of what's going on for young people, because obviously these young people are the most needy in the city, and there's not many of them, and they're costing us a lot of money. So the more that we can provide preventative measures to stop them getting into this in the first place, it's good. And obviously we've got some new funding under the National Youth Strategy, so that will hopefully play into that. But generally, I think we're doing a good job in terms of making it part of an adolescent strategy rather than just about youth justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Anybody from our Conservative friends? No. Okay, Councillor Sholak, would you like to respond to the debate?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Shanks. I believe the negative report is prescribed, so that information can't be included for any reason, but if you contact us with that, we can try and furnish you with that information. But you raised some very valid points, which is why we're very grateful to see £20 million invested in areas like Brighton under the private play scheme, and further commitments from this government to fund in more deprived areas, which, as you say, can really help address some of the issues that allow youth offending and youth justice to take place. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sholak. I will now put the recommendations as set out in the report to the vote. Does the Council agree? I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. We move to item 77, proposals for the future of Stamford Infant and Stamford Junior School. I will call on Councillor Taylor to introduce the item. Councillor Taylor, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors are asked to consider an important decision relating to Stamford Junior School and Stamford Infant School. The report in front of us proposes the creation of a single all-through primary school operating across 2 sites from September 2026. This would be achieved by the technical closure of Stamford Junior School and a revised age range at Stamford Infant School from 4 to 7 years up to the full 4 to 11 years. I want to start by covering some of the background and context of this decision. Stamford Infant School is located on Highcroft Villas in the Prestonville area of the city, and Stamford Junior School is on Stamford Road, about a 500-metre walk between the two. Both schools have a proud and vibrant history as separate but closely linked infant and junior schools. Indeed, a close friend of mine who attended the school still proudly owns a Stamford Infants PE shirt from nearly 30 years ago, which he has proudly passed on to his son, who now attends Stamford Infants. The school have an existing strong connection. In recent years, 90% of pupils transition from the infant to the junior school. We should also recap the overall context within which schools operate, which will be well known to councillors. The city faces a reduced number of primary pupils seeking a place in reception each year within a falling national and local birth rate. And as a related point, many schools in the city face a challenging budget position as funding is almost entirely based on a per pupil basis. At the end of the 23-24 financial year, the infant and junior schools had budget deficits of 278,000 and 188,000 respectively, a combined deficit of £466,000. Within this context, the Council supports pragmatic responses that will help schools build resilience, mitigate budget issues, and importantly, maintain and improve higher education quality. There are a number of different models that could be sought, from close informal partnership working to federation to a full merger. We applaud the proactive approach of the two governing bodies at Stanford Infant and Stanford Junior in proposing this course of action. The governing bodies of the two schools have modelled the impact and believe the merger will achieve £120,000 of annual savings through the consolidation of administrative functions, a reduction in duplicate leadership positions, and streamlining of governance costs. If achieved, those savings will make a material contribution to putting the newly amalgamated school on a more sustainable financial footing. We should, however, acknowledge concerns that have been raised by parents and staff. The formal consultation on the proposal was held from the 29th of September to the 16th of November last year. Staff have raised concerns about job security, the overall pace of change, and the work that will be required from them to actually enact the merger. Parents raised concerns about the potential loss of two distinctive school cultures, about the potential impact on the continuity of SEND provision and the ability to quickly recruit a high-quality new head teacher, and the potential loss of focus on early years, as the school will then be an all-through primary school. Appendix 1 of the report provides a summary of the consultation responses. The overall support for the proposal was fairly evenly split in the community, with a slightly higher number of respondents expressing opposition. If approved this evening, the Council and the governing bodies will work together to ensure these concerns are mitigated where possible. The governing bodies of both schools submitted formal responses to the consultation, confirming their view that from an analysis of 23 factors, a merger represents the best long-term solution. As such, the administration supports the position of the governing bodies and believes this is a sensible and positive proposal. Finally, I'd like to thank all staff and governors at both schools and wish them well for the future amalgamation. We hope that this will be an exciting new phase in the history of these two school sites as they move forward as Stanford Primary School. I ask that councillors support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Now we'll move to the general debate. Councillor Pickett.
Thank you, Chair. I won't reiterate the reasons that these schools are in this position. We're all aware of the worrying trend for our city of falling numbers of children to fill our schools as families leave due to rising living costs needed to live here. Schools continue to face significant financial deficit challenges, in part because of the way they're funded. As such, problematic decisions like this are being made, decisions that can appear seemingly harsh to those working or attending these schools in question. The point I wish to emphasise is that what is being planned for these schools is not a reflection on the quality of education being provided by the excellent staff, but is more about financial savings by the council in difficult times. In fact, I cannot emphasise enough the number of parents who have explained their biggest personal fear that the quality of this particular early educational provision, principally in terms of the infant school, will be lost if the voices of all those involved are not properly listened to and fully addressed. Whilst 90% of the children attending the infants generally move on to the junior school, currently these schools very much have their own identities and personal separate ways of doing things. Amalgamating them is going to create huge differences, particularly in terms of leadership, and many parents and staff who feel unheard have relayed that message to me. They understand adjustments are required, but they had hoped to play a greater part in the process of how this change would come about. That perhaps ideas around federation, for example, apparently dismissed as unviable, could have been better or at least more inclusively addressed as possible ways forward. There are so many questions, I've been told, that remain unanswered. So once again, we come to the question the usefulness of consultations around issues such as this. Residents no longer have faith in influencing decisions based on consultation. They may be a legal requirement, but something has to change if the council wishes to continual input into a process that always appears to lead to a predetermined conclusion. Once again, we're hearing from staff and parents that the proposed timescale implication is too short. Time given for preparing for this change, and more importantly, preparing the children for this is not enough. This amalgamation is probably the best solution, but what we have failed to achieve is for many directly involved to be part of a consensual final decision. We clearly need to reflect more on that issue.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Our Conservative colleagues, Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We agree that the merger of the primary schools is a good thing. Children don't have to have a change of school when they're 8 years old, where they're having to get new friendship groups. It makes sense for the parents as they have some continuity of education for their children. We're all in favour of it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Murphy.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to say we're in favour of it too, so there's nothing more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simon. No. Okay, Councillor Taylor, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Pickett. You're obviously playing an important role in listening to your residents and relaying their concerns and fears. I think overall on consultation, look, are consultations perfect? Do they deliver what residents sometimes hope for? Not always. They are tricky. Ultimately, governing boards have to propose a way forward that they believe is in the best interests of the two school sites, in the interests of their community and the interests of the future sustainability. I believe the governing boards have tried to listen and understand, and of course so does the council in our formal consultation. But ultimately, as decision makers, initially the board and then the council, we do have to decide what we think is the best course of action. I think a lot of people do acknowledge that this is a reasonable way forward. It will be incumbent on the governing body and the management of the school to make sure that that transition to the new model is as smooth as possible and that parents are brought along with them on the way. The only other thing to say was just in terms of the financial savings. I mean, we should just be clear, this is not us imposing a solution on school for them to make savings. All schools are themselves responsible for their own budgets. That's how the system currently works, which is that governing bodies set the budgets of schools and then management implement those budgets and try to stay to budgets. We know many of the reasons why budgets are in a tricky place, which is largely because of the decline in pupil numbers. Now, in getting through that issue, we have got to try and find as many creative solutions as possible. That may involve mergers in some places. My personal view is this example is particularly suited to it, given that they are so close and so connected. In other examples, federations might be a good option, and indeed those are being actively explored and indeed taking place already at a number of schools. So I think as a city we're going to have to keep pursuing that to put schools in a sustainable overall position. But I note and accept the comments from Councillor Pickett, and we'll be working with the school board to try and take parents with us in this overall journey. And thank you to Councillor Meadows for her comments and support for the proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. I'll now put the recommendations as detailed in the report to the vote. Does the council agree? Agree. Lovely, thank you. I can confirm that the recommendation has been carried. Move to item 78, schools admission arrangements 2027 to 28. I will now call on Councillor Taylor to introduce the item. Councillor Taylor, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council is asked to consider our proposed school admission arrangements for the 27-28 academic year. As with all decisions on school places, this is a matter that goes to the heart of our responsibilities as a local education authority to ensure a fair system, to promote good and improving educational outcomes, and to support sustainable schools. It's worth recapping the context. The projections in this report show that by 2027, our pupil numbers will be significantly below the number of available places, with 25% surplus in primary schools and 11% in secondary. The city must continue to respond to these demographic changes, primarily through our policy of aggressively buying and building social and affordable houses in the city to rebuild the number of families living here, but also by considering changes to the size and structure of schools. The report proposes that we keep our admission arrangements for 27-28 unchanged, except for 4 specific amendments. The first set of changes relate to published admission numbers for 2 schools. For Rudyard Kipling Primary School, the proposal is to reduce the PAN from 45 to 30. For Downs Junior School, the proposal is to reduce the PAN from 128 to 96, aligning with the previous reduction at Downs Infants. These changes are proposed and supported by the governing bodies of each school. Turning to secondary admissions, the report proposes an important change to the sibling link criteria within admissions. At present, families can only make use of the sibling link if they live in the catchment area of the relevant school. The proposal, therefore, is simple, that the sibling link applies equally to all families, regardless of where they live. Madam Mayor, we believe this is a basic point of fairness. Either we believe that siblings should be able to attend the same school, or we don't. It should not be gated by the residential address of their parents. I want to draw out a real story of a real resident in our city, a resident in Bevendine who Councillor Alexander happens to know and who's worked with, as have I. The resident is a mum of 3, and this has nothing to do with the central catchment area of Stringer or Varndine. Her eldest child attends Patcham High School and gained entry by her EHCP. It was the school that was deemed to best meet their special educational needs. The younger sibling of that child was unable to gain a place at Patcham in a subsequent year because it happened to be oversubscribed that year, simply because her mum did not live in the catchment. Let's be clear, if we do not pass this change this evening, if councillors vote against it, we are voting to propagate that system. We've heard concerns about the possibility that families from outside the city could abuse the sibling link under the new system. I think we need to be clear about one of the main drivers for parents moving property, either within the city or without the city, and that's evictions and the use of temporary accommodation. Can anyone this evening tell me that a family that, let's say, lives in private rented accommodation in Hangleton, gaining a place for their eldest child at Blatchington Mill, then evicted by their private landlord and made homeless, and who are then placed in temporary accommodation, perhaps in the city in Coldine or Moulscombe, or perhaps outside the city in Southwick or Fishersgate, that their younger sibling should not be able to then attend the same school as their older sibling, simply because they've been evicted? I think not, and I ask councillors to consider those families when voting this evening. Finally, the proposals include a more streamlined, transparent approach to waiting lists, with a 5-day reflection window that's been introduced following feedback in the consultation. The proposals before us follow a public consultation held between November and January, involving 5 public meetings, extensive engagement, over 340 consultation responses, and a petition, the one that was previously dismissed as invalid. The consultation showed a mix of views, and we should acknowledge that, and those are showed within the report that members can read and understand. Madam Mayor, we believe these proposals are balanced, carefully considered and rooted in the fairness and sustainability of our school system. I ask councillors to support them this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I note that there is a Green Group amendment to recommendations which will now move by Councillor Goldsmith. No, Councillor Goldsmith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much to all the members of the public who came here to speak on this topic today. I was unfortunately unable to attend last year's meeting when the open admissions proposals were first voted on, but just for the record, I definitely would have voted in favour. The shameful inequality in our city is something which should be at the forefront of all of our minds when we're making decisions in this chamber, and I do truly believe that when the administration was formulating their proposals last year, as well as the free school meals criteria the year before, reducing inequality was their goal, and I can only applaud that. I think the changes to the sibling link and the proposals today are an important addition to make sure families can stay together and not put extra burdens on parents. And I also think it's important that this does not count towards the 5% open admissions, so it doesn't water down the intended impact of that criteria. I don't by any means believe that these proposals are perfect, and there's a lot of work that still needs to be done around them if they're going to be as effective as they can be. The issue around bus travel, which I know parents and colleagues raised last year, have very much manifested, as highlighted in Class Divide's recent reports. I would be really interested to hear more about what the admission plans to do to mitigate this and ensure that all our children can get to school safely, affordably, and on time. Our amendment today is mostly in recognition of the scale of this issue and the level of importance it clearly has to residents across the whole city. The long-term effects on inequality won't be fully apparent for many years, so all councillors should be able to assess the ongoing impacts of these policies to ensure any unintended consequences can be picked up and mitigated quickly. I understand that Councillor Taylor is minded to support our amendment, and I think this is a really positive signal for how the administration is approaching this issue. A cross-party working group on school admissions would allow a wider range of views and ideas that I really believe could build on the work that has already been done and continue to improve things for children across the whole city. There's a very common phrase in certain parts of the Green Party, which is that there can be no environmental justice without racial, economic and social justice as well. That very much underpins my reasons for being involved in politics, and it's the reason why I believe that voting for these proposals today is absolutely the right thing to do if we want to take long-term action to reduce inequality in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsmith. Councillor McLeay, I believe you're seconding.
That's right. I formally second. Madam Mayor, I speak today as someone who voted in support of the admissions changes last year, and I am mindful to support the sibling link proposal today. But I also want to reflect on the very real concerns raised by schools most affected by these changes. I support the mission behind these reforms, the ambition to improve social mobility and widen opportunity for children across our city. A lot of people I speak to, teachers as well as parents, support the principle behind this too. But if we want this policy to succeed, we must ensure that those implementing it on the ground, the schools themselves, are fully supported and listened to. In recent weeks, I heard from a school who is experiencing the sharpest impacts of these changes. What they told me is concerning, and they don't feel adequately consulted, and they don't feel adequately supported. And they are trying to navigate significant unintended consequences without the partnership they need from the local authority. We should remember that schools have been through 2 years of major policy shifts, all of which have added to staff workload and capacity pressures. These changes may be well-intentioned, but they have produced challenges that frontline teachers are left to manage. Schools are willing and eager to work through these challenges, but they want support from Brighton and Hove City Council as they do the work. I was particularly struck by one head teacher's comments that they would have welcomed collaboration with other schools facing the same challenges of unintended consequences from changes to admission arrangements. And they welcomed the opportunity to share learnings and to problem solve together. And yet, opportunities for that collaboration were missed. Apparently, Sutton Trust offered support, a claim that Councillor Taylor rejected earlier, and that support was apparently declined. This is exactly the kind of engagement schools are asking for and exactly what we should be providing. Most complaints I hear from residents and business owners across the city come down to one simple issue: a lack of communication. The schools administering this policy should not be left feeling sidelined. They should be invited in. Their insights should help shape the evolution of this work. And if we want to look back in a decade and call this policy a success, we cannot deny those delivering it the chance to contribute to improving it. So let's also avoid celebrating too early. Awards have been given, but the policy has not yet achieved its aims. We will not see the full benefits for years to come. So let's not rest on our laurels. Instead, let us set this up for success by engaging, listening and adjusting where needed. Madam Mayor, when I voted last year, I expressed concerns about the potential unintended consequences, particularly regarding SEND children. And I was assured that there would be a working group that would be established, something that I'm not sure has been set up. And as I'm running out of time, we'd just love to push and ask Councillor Taylor to deliver on that and to bring in the schools.
Thank you, Councillor McLeay. Councillor McNair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yet again, we have another admissions change. It happens every year. Labour is addicted to change, but I think parents are getting fed up with it. The admissions school arrangements are becoming so complicated you'll need a degree in jargon to decipher them, let alone implement them. You want to please everyone, but will end up pleasing no one. Surely we should make sure the system is working properly first, that it's embedded and understood by parents before changing it. We have heard serious concerns from residents and parents this evening, so something must be wrong. The public consultation was very limited. Of the public meetings arranged, did any happen in Patcham and Hollingbury? No. Were Patcham and Hollingbury councillors advised of the increased risk to Patcham children missing out on a place at Patcham High? No. Only 344 residents responded to online consultation. Only 38 people attended meetings across the city. This is not a basis on which to change children's futures. Is there a problem with how consultations are run? It would seem so. And yet the council admits that 32 children in Patcham High's catchment may not get to attend Patcham High. 15% of the school's yearly intake. That is more significant than the consultation attendance suggests. The admission arrangements are now working against local children going to their local school. How is this good for children? I have already been contacted by parents who live locally, worried that their children won't get to Patcham High. Children should be able to go to their local school if they want to. What good is it for children to be forced to travel across the city? It makes their day longer. How will children be able to form friendship groups, do their homework together? I loved walking to school in the morning with my friends. It's no good saying, as the report does, the places will often become available for pupils after the initial allocation and before the start of the new academic year. Often they won't. It will lead to unnecessary stress. And that's not all. In future, parents might have to actively request a different school rather than be added to the reallocation pool automatically. How will this be communicated to parents? Hopefully better than the consultation. I think there will be many confused and disappointed parents and pupils. Brighton and Hove is lucky to have a rich choice of good schools. The councils should be trying to make an often worrying time as easy as possible for children, not, as I fear it is, a more stressful one.
Thank you, Councillor McNair. Councillor O'Quinn.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The city has a strong record of children and young people receiving an education in what are either good or outstanding schools. And we should all be proud of this record of achievement, albeit at the same time aiming to close the persistent attainment gap that exists for certain mainly disadvantaged pupils. However, in recent years, our schools have been under considerable duress. Firstly, due to the pressures of insufficient funding for education, a bit of a shock after the generous funding of the Blair years, and secondly, due to the falling birth rate in the city, which has exacerbated the funding issues, as the money goes with the pupil, and fewer pupils means less money. The serious and multiple increases in costs and corresponding reduction in income are what have led to the proposal for the merger of two great schools, Stanford Infants and Stanford Junior. As together, they have a deficit approaching 500,000. And the best way to manage this is by merging schools. Two other schools are being impacted by falling pupil numbers, Downs Junior and Rudyard Kipling, with numbers of the former going from 128 to 96 and the latter going from 45 to 30. Those schools have been very pragmatic regarding these decisions, but it doesn't make it any easier for them to do it. As a governor at Rudyard Kipling School, I know this decision wasn't made lightly, but it was the most sensible way forward. Both schools are first-rate and cater to large numbers of disadvantaged children and those with SEND, so it's heartbreaking to see their capacity reduced. Maybe the government needs to take another look at how schools are funded. As at present, areas which are expensive to live in with limited affordable housing available are literally falling under the bus in terms of funding due to declining pupil numbers. I now come to the issue of siblings and the issue of equity in education, which this Labour administration is keen to enable. I strongly support the inclusion of siblings if another sibling is at an outer catchment school, as it helps to ensure they receive equitable access to education, something which has been denied to families in certain areas for many years in this city. Such siblings should be treated via the same principle as that which favours the sibling link when they live in the catchment area. I urge everybody to support this proposal. It's an excellent one, or two, actually.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Quinn. Councillor Taylor, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the contribution of Councillor Goldsmith and Macleay in proposing those amendments. Yes, we do accept those amendments, and we think it's an important next step, not least because Green councillors obviously particularly are in central areas, and they will want to both be understanding, influencing the implementation of the policy, and also be able to explain it to their parents as the policy develops. So absolutely, we support those amendments, and we'll set up that working group and work on that. As Councillor Goldsmith says, these are not perfect proposals because there are no perfect proposals on school admissions, unfortunately. There are only a slightly fairer set of proposals, and that's what we believe we have evolved over the previous years. I think bus travel is really important. The Council has been working since passing previous policies, including changing some of the bus routes. There's been a number of changes to bus route, both planned as school routes, but then also the 3X, a useful addition supporting a number of school routes. And we'll continue to look at that. So if patterns change in terms of where students are attending, we will need to look at how we then tweak the transport accordingly. I think the affordability point is really important, and as you say, some of the work by Class Divide and others has brought forward the sort of affordability issue in the current system for parents being able to get and their children being able to get buses. So we do need to look at that. Clearly the council isn't awash with money, as we're all aware, so may not be able to do everything that we want to do, but let's see what we can do to nudge it. In terms of Councillor Macleay, I do slightly challenge the idea that we're not working with schools. We engage schools quite a number of times throughout the process before we even got to the engagement process, during it, held a number of meetings. There was this repeated suggestion that I had turned down help from the Sutton Trust. I have literally no idea what that refers to, and checking my inbox, there's no reference to that at all. If that can be produced, I'll certainly apologise for turning down support from an organisation we work closely with, but I'm pretty sure that has not happened. So I'm not really sure what that refers to. However, the substantive point is absolutely valid and important, that we will continue to work with schools in implementing this, and if they want more engagement, we certainly will do that. There are certain schools that are particularly interested in impact, so let's do that. In terms of Councillor Milner, I haven't got long. Look, I understand his concerns about it. I think he hit on a really important point as he drew his conclusion to end, where he said, this city has a rich choice of good schools across the city. Yes, it absolutely does. The question is about who gets the choice to those schools. And in our previous system, was it a fair choice for everybody? If you lived in a single school catchment, including some very good schools, you effectively only had one choice within our system. In our new proposals that we put forward, that choice expands. So it's actually a pro-choice argument within the overall model. That's the parameters we have to exist. Overall, we think these proposals are good for the city and we support them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. I will now put, sorry, my finger was there. I will now put the recommendation as amended to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the recommendations as amended have been carried. We now move to 80, the timetable of meetings. Let's go. 8-1. Apologies. Yeah, got it. Okay, item number 81. City transport plans. I will now call on Councillor Mooton to introduce the item. Councillor Mooton, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, imagine standing in Brighton and Hove in the mid-2030s, a city that moves smoothly, breathes cleanly, connects communities with dignity and purpose, a city that didn't wait for the future to arrive, but confidently built it. This vision is at the heart of our City Transport Plan 2035, a clear, ambitious plan for a cleaner, fairer, growing, healthier, sustainable, thriving city. This is more than a transport document. It's an ambitious vision and improves life in every neighbourhood, from Rottingdean to Wish, Whitehawk, Woodingdean, Hangleton, Hanover, Hollingdean, Brunswick, Bevingdene, Portslade, Patcham, Preston to the Palace Pier. Our ambition builds on 4 foundations for a future-ready city. Number 1, a cleaner, healthier city. As we accelerate our shift to cleaner vehicles, better integrated public transport, accessible, safer, active travel, cleaner air, and improved public health. And let me be speak plainly. Within a decade, driving a combustion engine car in a busy city may feel outdated, as antisocial as smoking indoors is today, perhaps. This is not ideology. This is national policy, market reality, public health necessity, and climate responsibility. Most vehicles will be zero and ultra-low emissions by 2035, supported by many more residents choosing buses, walking, wheeling, cycling, and shared transport. Number 2, a fairer, more equitable city. Ensuring our transport system works for everyone, disabled residents, people on low income, school children, older people, night shift workers, businesses and visitors. It strengthens bus services, delivers safer streets and creates neighbourhood mobility hubs. I'm sure people can get around confidently and independently. Number 3, a thriving, growing city, open for business, culture, tourism, innovation, that must move well. Our plan supports growth through better public transport, more efficient deliveries, enabling a visitor and nighttime and information economies to flourish. With future-ready ideas like a Sussex coastal mass rapid transport system. Yes, maybe a tram, helping people reach our vibrant, growing cities swiftly, reliably and sustainably. And number 4, well-run council services, from highway maintenance, parking, drainage, lighting, traffic flows. Essential services keep our city moving. They need not grab the headlines. They are the scaffolding for a well-run city, and this plan strengthens them. So it's a balanced plan, not one mode is king. We do not elevate one mode at the expense of all others. It tries to set out to balance them. This is how a modern 2030s transport system should work together, lighting the path for our city's future. Building from where we are, delivering from where we're going. Adopting a plan fulfills a statutory duty and sets out a 10-year vision for the cleaner, fairer, growing city, plus the pipeline of schemes need to deliver a vision. We already lead nationally on public EV charging, with more than 500 now in and thousands more to come. 6,000 lampposts, 1,000 fast, 200 rapid, and at least 2 flagship ultra-rapid public charging points are coming. We have major active travel investment and transformation schemes. Valley Gardens, the A259 underway. Our park and ride trial has paved the way for a permanent facility. The national guidance, we use carbon assessment playbook to show that carbon reductions are achieved. We listen to residents through extensive consultation. We do not start from scratch. We're accelerating and progress. So in closing, let us choose confidence over cynicism. Let us choose ambition over stagnation. Let us choose Brighton and Hove that moves with purpose, grows sustainably and breathes easier each day. In 2035, when today's young people are workers, parents, entrepreneurs and leaders, let them look back and say, this was the moment our city chose fairness, opportunity and the future. Madam Mayor, Council, let's keep Brighton and Hove moving together and pass this with pride. I commend our ambitious, visionary, future-ready City Transport Plan 2035 for a fairer, cleaner, thriving, growing, connected city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moulton. I'm now going to move to general debate with 1 speaker per group. Councillor Davis.
You know, Grimshaw, I'm a little bit concerned about the sugar intake on the seats next to me there, because someone seems a little bit high over there. But thank you, Amanda, and thank you to officers for their time and effort in preparing this report. But I feel, given the tremendous lack of vision from the administration on this plan, officers were tasked on, in the words of my dear old nan, you can't make a silk purse out of a pig's ear. Apologies to any vegans in the chamber. Amanda, we are faced as a city, a county, a country and a planet with existential crisis, particularly environmental. And at its core, this report reminds me somewhat of the classic Monty Python sketch, The Dead Parrot. And for those of you in the chamber who are unfamiliar with this, I urge you to watch this classic slice of British humour. Shh, grown-ups talking. The premise is that a person enters a pet shop with a dead parrot, and the salesperson who tries to convince him that it's in fact alive. And, like the parrot in the sketch, this report is indeed deceased. It has shuffled off its mortal coil. Bereft of life, it is pushing up the daisies. No doubt the administration will swiftly respond with calls of this report is just resting, or maybe pining for the fields. But as all of us that have read this report, we can see that it is indeed no more. What should have been in this report is the bold action an administration with a large majority could have taken in the face of this crisis. But locally, like nationally, nobody gets a sense of vision from Labour's tepid words. The great triumphs in this report are all from the previous Green administration, but the pronouns in the report hint at ownership from this administration, which clearly isn't true. Bike hangers. Myself and Councillor Jamie Lloyd opened the first one on Queen's Park Road in July 2022, a day that coincided with the hottest day ever in this countryside as Lincolnshire hit 104 degrees. School streets. In October 2021, the ECS committee that I had the pleasure of co-chairing made School Streets programme permanent in this very chamber. And finally, Valley Gardens, which we should all be indebted to Councillor West for facilitating the Task and Finish group in 2019. This is what bold action in the face of a crisis looks like, Mayor Amanda. And before I get howls from the administration, I urge you to read the room in terms of the electorate and the plunging poll ratings. As just like the parrot, they look deceased. Do better, please. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, Steve, I sit here as the Chair and the Mayor. Just to remind you in case you forgot. Madam Mayor, actually. Thank you. Councillor Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We seem to have unison in the House because we support the plan as well. Overall, the measures need, in our opinion, to be pro-motorist, attract local investment, seek bus improvements, and to oppose certain restrictions on driving within urban areas. Whilst more reliance on alternative transport is welcomed, abandoning the £2 bus fare cap is not helpful. Investment in new bus routes should be sought. Only last week, an elderly resident in Neville Road contacted me as she has to make trips to Boundary Road. There is no direct service, so she has to take a taxi. As you will note, the previous Conservative government pledged £1 billion for new bus routes, and this has been expanded by the current government, which is welcomed. We understand that the funding is being distributed to local authorities based on population. Whilst we appreciate a number of bus services are under a contract with the bus company, some indication within the city plan would be welcomed as to how such funds would be utilised here. Furthermore, in our opinion, there needs to be a clampdown on anti-social behaviour on public transport with tougher enforcement. This, in our opinion, will encourage more people to use the services in the evening or when it is dark. In regard to our roads, more funds are needed from central government to fix potholes and resurface roads. Many cyclists tell us that they won't ride because of the conditions of the roads, especially at night time. As a party, we oppose road pricing or pay-per-mile schemes. Some thoughts from the administration within the plan would be welcomed. We would also recommend that as inclusion, a referendum to support any new 20-mile-per-hour zones or low-traffic neighbourhoods for residents. And in our opinion, motorcycles should be allowed in bus lanes and enforcement rules on roadworks, yellow box junctions to ease urban congestion. As a council, we should be working with Active Travel England for safer routes, including to schools, but emphasise local support and penalise dangerous cycling similar to other road users. So, overall, in our opinion, the city transport plan should lean towards a balanced investment in public options such as buses and local rail, whilst protecting car use. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Athy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'll stick with Madam Mayor, that's all right. Firstly, I would like to thank the officers and Councillor Newton for preparing this plan and nursing it through several iterations. However, we've got some concerns, matter of detail, that we need to raise. Firstly, a transport plan is only as good as the availability, reliability and effective management of the mode of transport used to execute it. In Brighton, we are somewhat limited in our choice of modes. We don't have a dedicated underground or surface metro system. The rail network only serves half the city, and despite the fact we are a coastal city, our geography is not suitable for a ferry network like Sydney's or San Francisco. Thus, our road network is our primary mode of transport and has to support motor vehicles and cycles, while at the same time giving sufficient safe space for pedestrians. Unfortunately, most of it was laid out to support a pre-car society, and our concern is that we, and I'm sure all of you, have noticed a marked deterioration in the quality of our city's road network. And I don't just mean potholes, I mean surfaces generally, excessive wear, subsidence, flooding, busted paving stones, and other things that impede transport. Road unevenness that is undetectable by a car is enough to fell a pedal or motorcyclist, especially when concealed by water. In our ward, the problem appears to be accelerating out of control. Recently refurbished roads such as the A259 are already showing signs of excessive wear. In our residential roads, potholes are appearing, deepening and posing a threat to safety at a faster rate than we can detect them. We've seen this elsewhere in the city. We are reassured by Councillor Muton's response to my oral question about the budget, but we want to see us extending it and the funding of road quality generally. Given our reliance on roads, we consider this essential, especially when potholes that do not meet the criteria for mending remain quite capable of upending cyclists and causing cars to take evasive action. The issues of pavements and pedestrian safety is, of course, self-evident. We would like the situation to be explicitly recognised in the plan, cross-reference to the budget. Therefore, we would like to propose a form of wording agreed by this chamber that says something like, and I repeat my oral question from earlier on, we agree that in 2026-27, all road-related funds that don't come from central government grants and as such aren't ring-fenced are spent on resurfacing road, filling potholes and blocking roadside drains and mending potholes. Of course, we are aware that our wording will have an impact on Council's budget setting plans for next year, and it may tie the hands of full Council in advance of the budget decision. Also, we haven't provided today for written financial evidence on the implications of making this decision. Therefore, we shall return to this in the budget debate, but for now, we would like to propose Council agrees in principle that resurfacing roads, filling potholes, unblocking roadside drains and mending pavements must be prioritised and given adequate funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Newton, do you wish to respond to the debate? You have 3 minutes.
Point of information, Madam Mayor. Before members hear the right to reply and go to the vote on this document, I think it's important they all appreciate it is going to be largely aspirational from now on with the creation of the mayoral authority. You won't be able to do it.
Right, Councillor West, Councillor West, it's not... Councillor West? OK. Councillor West, thank you. So we're now going to go back to Councillor Mooton. It's not a point of information, Councillor West. Thank you very much. Councillor Mooton, would you like to respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, I certainly do want to respond to the debate. So it's all very well, but I'm very concerned about Councillor Davies visiting a pet shop that has alarming animal welfare standards. I have to trust it's not in this city. Valley Gardens actually dates back from phase 1 all the way to the present. The Labour administration brought that through, and we've committed to completing it in the Labour administration. So yes, we're passionate about Valley Gardens. It will be done, and yes, we take full credit for that. Councillor Lyons, so much in your points there. Bus fares, you're right. We need to take hold of those, and I think devolution is the key to that. Devolved authorities are doing great things with bus fares because we can do it at scale, and I think you look somewhere like Manchester, but elsewhere in devolved authorities in the north and even Greater London, you can do more with more in that. So there is something to work with there. I want to just reference a couple of other things you said. ASB on buses, we're actually working with the Youth Council and Citizens UK, looking to a very productive campaign led by the youth, trying to encourage better behaviour on buses and bus shelters. That's coming, and it's going to happen this year, so we're acting on that. We're putting new routes in, so I do appreciate there's more to do, but Neville Road you referenced, we got 3X just launched this past year in September. That's making, it's actually one of the first brand new routes brought into the city for decades. It's a really big event, and it's really helping those people in West Blatchington, and Hangleton and other things. But you're right, there is more to do on new routes, and we're happy to look at that. And this is what the opportunity this brings. You mentioned Tory potholes. Yes, years upon years of underfunding and just terribleness across England. Where truly the pothole was an emblem of the Tory government. I can't think of anything which shows up exactly their lack of investment in public services, the potholes, and it is damaging. So we do have a backlog, and I respect Councillor Urphy's point. We do have a backlog to tackle. We're taking it on. But with this government, we've got a 4-year settlement coming forward, £8.7 million per year on highways maintenance. That is going to make a difference. We can plan ahead and tackle this. We're not just filling in the holes. We're actually sorting out the roads, making them smoother and making them sorted for the future. The lane rental is something that scrutiny broadly accepted, including the Tory member on the scrutiny panel. They recognise the value of what we're doing there, and there is a value in doing that. And I hear your point on road charging, which is probably going to be a national position, but noted. And in fact, what we've done this year, we applied for moving traffic offence powers, which does mean that we can actually...
Thank you very much, Councillor Mooton. Your time is now actually up. Thank you. I will now put the recommendations as detailed in the report to the vote. Does the Council agree? Agree. I can confirm that the recommendation has been carried. Thank you. Right, we move to item 82, review of political balance. I will now call on Councillor Sankey to introduce the item. Councillor Sankey, you have 5 minutes. Oh, Councillor
Madam Mayor, with your permission, introducing this to the administration, I'll keep it very short and simple, because indeed the topic is short and simple. The political makeup of the council has changed, with Councillor De Oliveira moving from an independent to be a Green, and we wish him well in his endeavours in his new party, and we look forward to working together on a number of issues. As a result of that change in political makeup, the Chief Executive and Monitoring Officer then look at the split of the committees. It's a fairly simple process. There are 63 overall committee seats. You then look at the percentage of overall seats and you apply that to the committee seats and allocate accordingly, which is set out in table 3.5. I hope that we can pass these recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. We now move to the general debate. Councillor West.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we're pleased to be having this review of political balance before the Council, and as 3.1 of the report sets out, the addition of Councillor Bruno de Oliveira to the Green Group has triggered this review, which increases the committee seat allocation to the Green Group by 1 place. Having gained both a councillor and a seat allocation, we are, however, less enchanted by the administration's insistence that we be awarded a seat on planning rather than our stated preference of Audit Standards and General Purposes Committee. While development control is very important as a responsibility for the Council, the governance oversight role of AS and GP is vital too. It is crucial for organisational health that the oversight of the audit function is demonstrably robust and strong, and we regularly enjoy the attendance of Cabinet members to respond to questions, and the level of constructive and fearless challenge would undoubtedly be enhanced by the presence of more opposition members. So it is with some disappointment we are asked to agree with these recommendations. By contrast, of course, it is no disappointment to have this opportunity to welcome Councillor de Villiers, I can't say the name properly, to the Green Group. Bruno joined the Green Party because he refuses offensive politics that tell us that we live on an island of strangers. And I'm sure there are many in our communities that will take heart at the courageous stand Bruno has been taking. He is not a stranger. He is a Green councillor now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor West. Our Conservative colleagues? No, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Taylor, do you wish to respond to the debate?
No, not really. Councillor just to say, Councillor De Oliveira, and that's how you pronounce it, certainly not a stranger. He's a good colleague and friend of many of ours, and we wish him well in his new endeavours. I'm sure he'll continue to be a good councillor. In terms of the allocation, well, the allocation to planning then makes the overall balance of planning similar to the overall balance of the council. We think planning's pretty important in this city. We think there's going to be a number of planning applications coming in future years, not least from this administration trying to build loads of social and affordable houses in the city. And we hope that whichever Green member takes their place on that planning committee will enjoy that important role in developing our city and getting us out of the housing crisis. Thank you.
We'll now ask the council to vote. Does the council agree? I can confirm that the recommendation has been carried. We now move to notices of motions number 84, which is a tourist tax. I will call on Councillor Lyons to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Lyons, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last month, the Conservative group brought a nom to full council, as you will recall, about the winter economy. As Labour have acknowledged, visitor numbers to the city have still to reach pre-COVID levels, and the local economy needs our help. As the administration were warned, the owners of the pier have been requesting more supportive action from the council, which fell on Labour deaf ears. We now know that the pier is up for sale partly because of not enough visitor numbers. Now, we are not just talking about Lewis Road, Councillor Miller, but as mentioned, an article in the Telegraph ranked the whole of Brighton and Hove 17th out of 20 cities in the UK for visitor appeal. Clearly, the bright in Brighton is less shiny these days. As a council, we need to be encouraging more tourism to our city. As a party, the Conservatives are against any introduction of a national or widespread tourist tax on overnight accommodation. During our time in government, the Conservative Party explicitly stated it would not introduce such a tax. In our opinion, there should be tax cuts elsewhere to stimulate economic growth and to protect sectors like tourism without additional levies. This council acknowledges that the government's announcement in the budget that mayors of strategic authorities will be permitted to levy a tax on overnight visitors, introducing a new tourist tax, despite previous assurances that no such policy was planned. That, as recently as October 2025, the Housing Minister, Alison McGovern, stated in Parliament that the government currently has no plans to introduce a levy in England. This clear assurance has now been broken, undermining confidence in the government's commitment to supporting the tourism and hospitality sector. That hotels, B&Bs and hospitality businesses are already facing significant financial pressure following previous increases to national insurance and business rates. These businesses already pay VAT at 20%, corporation tax, national insurance and business rates, many of which have risen under the current government. Industry data shows that the hospitality sector is already in a fragile state, with 1,100 pubs and restaurants having closed since the last budget, and 1 in 25 hospitality jobs lost, equivalent to 84,000 jobs. More than 2 per day hospitality venues have closed since the last budget. The introduction of a tourist tax will impose yet another financial burden on local hotels, B&Bs and tourism-based businesses at a time when they can least afford it. That any such tax would inevitably be passed directly onto visitors, increasing holiday costs during a period of high living expenses, driving inflation and undermining efforts to reduce the cost of living. That local economies, particularly those dependent on seasonal visitors, rely heavily on a thriving hospitality industry, and this additional tax risks making local areas less competitive compared to other UK and international destinations. We therefore propose that this council to formally oppose the introduction of a tourist tax as set out in the government's budget proposals, to write to the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, expressing this council's strong concerns regarding the impact of this tax on local businesses, jobs and the wider visitor economy, and request the government urgently reconsider this proposal and engage with councils, hospitality businesses and industry experts to assess the economic harm and potential alternatives. To support local hospitality and tourism businesses by committing to oppose any local implementation of a tourist tax within this authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. I call on Councillor Hogan to second the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to be honest, it's getting a bit tiresome that the Labour Party for the working people, want to tax us left, right and centre, with Rachel Reeves seeming to believe that this will help economic growth. Not only that, but as we are aware, she now seems to have her sights set on destroying the hospitality industry. On top of this, the Labour Party now want to hit visitors to the city and introduce a tourist tax. With Bella Sankey reported as saying she wants to introduce this sooner rather than later and has cited Barcelona as an example of where this is working. While I can understand the rationale for tourists making a contribution in the form of tourist tax towards local amenities, rather than them being funded completely by residents, I think in the first place we need to encourage tourism in this city and be seen as a pro-tourist city rather than seeing tourists as a cash cow. Cities like Barcelona have seen a big surge in tourism over the last 20 years, going from 4.5 million visitors to roughly 16 million last year. This as a result of new airport terminals, low-cost flights and more cruise ships. Barcelona, therefore, is in a strong position to make this request from tourists. In Brighton, on the other hand, tourism has not increased, staying roughly stable, with around 11.5 million visitors a year. However, many of those are day trippers, not staying overnight, with roughly only 1.5 million of those being candidates for the proposed tourist tax. Other cities who have famously introduced an access fee to day trippers, such as Venice, cite reasons for this as being to combat severe over-tourism, manage peak day visitor flow, and for protection of the city's fragile infrastructure. Anyone who's been fortunate enough to visit Venice would be likely to agree there's a rationale for this, as tourists flock there and are very willing to part with their hard-earned cash. Let's be seen as a city welcoming tourists and encouraging them to stay overnight so they can spend their money in our local businesses and restaurants in Brighton, driving up the local economy and providing more jobs for Brighton residents in local hospitality, rather than trying to eke out a relatively small amount of money from those who have chosen to stay the night and enjoy what Brighton has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. I note that there is a Labour Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm totally confused by the presentations I've just been given, but let me stick to my script. I'm introducing this amendment to provide clarity, to align the notice of motion with facts as they're set out in the government's consultation, and to better reflect Brighton and Hove's strategic position on the proposed overnight visitor levy. Tourism is a vital part of our city's economy. The Tory motion frames the levy as a punitive tourism tax that would harm local businesses, but the evidence in the consultation papers show a very different picture. This is not a tax on businesses. It is a small levy paid by visitors designed to allow direct reinvestment into the places those visitors use and enjoy. First, the government granting mayoral strategic authorities the power to introduce overnight visitor levies represents a significant fiscal devolution opportunity for our city, which Brighton and Hove has been actively advocating for. With more than 10.5 million day visitors a year and 5.7 million bed nights, our city experiences some of the highest visitor pressures in the South East. This is a successful outcome of local lobbying and not a threat. Second, the levy will not burden hotels and B&Bs. It will be paid for by visitors, not businesses, and will be applied uniformly across all commercially let visitor accommodation. That includes short-term lets, apart hotels, and student accommodation rented commercially, ensuring a level playing field for local providers. Manchester and Edinburgh are already reaping the dividends of an overnight visitor levy in their cities. To reiterate, the levy supports rather than penalises the hospitality sector. Third, the papers show strong strategic alignment with the Council Plan, the Brighton and Hove Economic Strategy, and the Sussex Visitor Economy Growth Strategy. These highlight the need for sustainable funding to maintain the seafront, improve public spaces, enhance street cleaning and manage visitor impacts, benefits that the levy will fund directly. Our amendment shifts the focus from hypothetical risks to clear opportunities that the levy presents. Fourth, the amendment recognises the transparent and accountable framework proposed for introducing the levy. That includes a formal consultation, a publicly available prospectus and robust democratic oversight through mayoral and council voting processes. This scheme has been neither rushed nor imposed. On the contrary, it's collaborative and evidence-led. Fifth and finally, our amendment aligns with what the consultation actually asks of councils. That is not to oppose the levy, but to shape it, ensuring revenues remain in the city and are invested where needed. To summarise, Madam Mayor, the original motion reflects neither the content of the government's consultation, nor the evidence base set out in our own draft response, nor the strategic benefits that an overnight visitor levy could bring to Brighton and Hove. Our amendment brings it into line with facts, local priorities and the city's long-term economic interests. And I was going to correct my colleague Councillor Lyons on his local knowledge because it is Brighton Palace Pier, but I assume that's already been done. But I just want to point out also that actually Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, Mayor, and
Councillor Thompson, oh, you're out of time, Councillor Thompson. Thank you. Councillor Miller, I believe you're seconding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to, I feel that my colleague, Councillor Thompson, has stated all the sort of factual points. I'd like to come back to what the CEO of the Palace Pier has said. I don't know what the mythical Pavilion Pier boss thinks, but the Palace Pier boss, Anne Accord, gave an interview on the 12th of January, and she began by saying, I think whoever is buying this, referring to the Palace Pier, is getting a better Brighton than we've had for quite some time. She goes on to say, I think it's good to see that people are listening to tourism businesses about what we need to do for the city. I think that was missing for quite a few years. They weren't listening to us. We've seen a big change this year. As I've mentioned, quite a few of the things that we have done in response to tourism businesses' requests, I'm not going to bother going into that. But I do want to say that where these levies have been introduced, such as in cities like Manchester and Liverpool, they've been used to spend on tourism business priorities. They are used for subventions to bring major conferences into the city. They have been used to improve their profile at conferencing events. They have been used for look and feel of the city. They are spent directly to reflect those tourism business priorities, and we would do no differently. That is what this tourism levy would be for if it happens. But I need to remind you, at this stage, we are not even talking about a levy yet. We're talking about a consultation. So it's going through in collaboration with tourism partners. I was at the Destination Experience Group today, and one of the points that was made is the importance of responding to this consultation so that our tourism partners have their voice heard. So this is not being done to them, this is being done with them. We are responding as a council, and we will also, and our tourism business are being encouraged to respond as well. This will be good for everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. We're now going to move to the general debates. Councillor Murphy. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I shall be supporting the Labour Group amendment to this NOM. I do have some sympathy with the Conservative Group where they express concerns about not burdening visitors and our tourist infrastructure with extra costs, be they taxes or levies. But really, having listened to Councillor Lyons, at no point have they quantified what they think the costs will be or what the risk will be. So I have absolutely no idea what I will be turning down. So I can't really vote for it because, what is it? What is the number that they are objecting to? So, given that the cost of tourist accommodation in Brighton in holiday season, or indeed at any time of the year, is not exactly cheap, I think the kind of visitor staying in our hotels could probably afford to stump up a few extra bob for the privilege of staying here. I have no idea how the overnight visitor levy will work. Will it be per visitor per night, or per group, or per stay? So I wrote this before Alison Thompson gave me some explanation, but I'm even more in favour now. But I understand that collectively our hotels sell overnight capacity running into millions based on a measure of person per night. So on that basis, charging visitors something like £1 per person per night could raise millions for the city, providing, of course, that the cost of collection is minimal. So I do not want to seek to preempt whatever form of levy Council and the Cabinet decide on, but I agree we must have one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Goldsmith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, like Councillor Thompson, I was also slightly confused by this motion and the speeches in favour. The whole tax cuts and stimulate growth thing, well, we've tried that for a while, and I think Liz Truss's budget really showed that that didn't exactly work. So perhaps we should try something different. Also, businesses do pay a lot of tax, and we're not asking them to pay more tax with this. We are asking visitors to pay a small amount towards the upkeep of our city. Anyway, we as Greens have very much been proponents of a tourist tax for quite some time. I think it is something which would really benefit residents, businesses, and our public services. I recently visited Innsbruck with my partner, where we had to pay a fairly large tourist tax when we got to our accommodation. But what we got with that was an unlimited bus pass for their really great bus and tram network. I definitely recommend that Councillor Newton looks at that for his dream transport plan. And they also gave us a range of discounts for attractions, events, and venues across the city. Instead of discouraging us and harming businesses, it gave us easy access to parts of the city that we may not have explored and pushed us towards things that we otherwise wouldn't have been aware of. So it very much added to our experience. It also, tourist taxes just make sense from the perspective of keeping the basic parts of our city running properly. Councillor Hogan talked about fragile infrastructure. Well, we have a lot of tourists using our facilities, and that means that they're going to cost more to maintain. We're already seeing this with the idea of charging for public toilets being floated in the budget. So asking for a small extra payment for visitors could help maintain these facilities, clean our streets and beaches, and generally maintain the whole city to high standards. This would make it a more attractive place to visit. That would help businesses that rely on our tourist economy, while also benefiting those of us who live here and experience the city every single day. I would just like to quickly address Labour's amendments. While we do agree with its contents, we don't really think it's in the spirit of how notice of motions should work. It just kind of rewrites what the Conservative group wrote and doesn't just nullify the request, it kind of does the exact opposite. I strongly disagree with this motion, and I believe it's very short-sighted, but I do think that really Labour should have just opted to vote against it as it's written, rather than adding in more political spin and changing the purpose completely. I would also just like to clarify one part of the amendment, which is about lobbying the government for powers to introduce a visitor levy. Greens also lobbied for this, but we thought those powers should be more local. We should have those as a unitary authority so we can make those decisions for our city as locally as possible. Instead, the powers will be going to mayoral authorities, and we're not going to get that until at least 2028. And, well, given the makeup, it might be a Conservative mayor, and that doesn't sound like they're really going to do a tourist tax. Anyway, 10 seconds. We are strongly in favour of a tourist tax, and I think it could be transformative for our city, especially if we could implement it more locally. And I think we should all just vote against this short-sighted motion that shows little.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goldsmith. Thank you. Councillor Lademacher.
Paris, Marseille, Lyon, Bordeaux, Cannes, Toulouse, Chamonix, Brussels, Bruges, Antwerp, Rome, Florence, Bologna, Barcelona, Ibiza, Menorca, Mallorca, Amsterdam, Berlin, Vienna, Salzburg, Innsbruck, Prague, Lisbon, Porto, Faro, I could go on. Across Europe, tourist taxes are the norm. Many cities in Spain and Italy charge up to €7 per night per person. Lisbon, which introduced a tourist tax almost 10 years ago, has collected over €260 million since its implementation and now asks for €4 per person per night. Have these tourist taxes deterred visitors? No, but these cities often do have cleaner streets, cheaper or free public transport, more free events and better managed public spaces. Yet we in the UK remain, as ever, behind the curve. Where a visitor levy scheme has been introduced, the benefits for local communities are undeniable. Like Manchester, which put its 2.7 million raised from the first year of its tourist tax right back into street cleaning and tourism marketing. So it is no wonder a visitor levy is something Greens have been calling for since as far back as 2011. And why, despite us disagreeing with the way this motion was initially dealt with, we agree with this amendment in full, given the urgent need for ways to manage the myriad costs for a city so reliant on tourism. Last year alone, 12 million people visited our city and 5.4 million of them stayed overnight. If they were charged £2 per night, that would cover the £12 million rise in homelessness and temporary accommodation costs projected for next year. Earlier this evening, Councillor Lyon mentions that tourists are not being properly supported, but at present it is our residents who are not properly supported, and the burden that tourism places on the city, and indeed the true cost of tourism, are not properly managed because the funds simply do not exist. So if a resident complains, for instance, about excessive noise levels, there is no capacity for a real-time response, not because of a lack of will, but simply a lack of resources. So it is not true that a visitor levy reduces tourists. Evidence also from the Welsh Government around their proposed levy, for example, shows that hotel accommodation is actually quite price inelastic, exhibiting a lower change in demand when prices increase. And of course, the visitor levy raises funds that go directly back into the services tourists depend on: waste collection and street lighting, public services and rapid response teams, making it more likely they want to return and spend money back on our local businesses, rather than going away feeling like Brighton and Hove had too few public toilets, the streets felt unsafe, attractions were too expensive, or the parts of the city resembled rubbish tips. And I know that Labour councillors and officers have seen proposals put forward by a trader from the Brighton Independence Forum for a voluntary visitor scheme, with modelling suggesting that even with only a 50% opt-in ring, millions could be raised and ring-fenced for community-led initiatives and better support for local businesses, like better signage and more CCTV. So in the face of the pressures, the sheer humanitarian emergency that austerity continues to inflict on our communities, where time seems to have stopped on so many of the bread and butter issues that touch every aspect of people's lives, we need bold and creative interventions. And here we have a policy that can be framed in so many innovative ways, and where implemented has not dented tourist numbers, but has helped support the very services placed that...
Thank you very much, Councillor Ledemaker. Councillor Ledemaker, thank you. Councillor Lyons, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted? You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't take 3 minutes. So yes, listening to the comments in the hall tonight, it just shows that, how many left-wing politicians we have here, because... Thank you. I'm going to finish it. Because you proved how non-pro-business you are. Both locally and nationally as a government. You don't understand business. You have no ideas how to put the Brights back into Brighton, to lift our city from the 4th division for visitor appeal to the Premier League. And as we've heard from my Green colleague over here, the money she's mentioned, put the money back into homelessness. Well, great, fine, but the whole point of a tourist tax, if you're going to have one, is to put it back into tourist activity. And so we can't accept the Labour amendment.
Councillor Lyons to speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we can't accept the Labour amendment to retain a significant proportion of the revenue raised by the visitor levy, because we actually don't want a levy at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Lyons has indicated he's not accepting the Labour amendment. I will now put the Labour Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the amendment has been carried. I will now put the motion as amended to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against?
I don't think there's anybody left to abstain. So. I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. Move to item 85, endorsement of the Rights of Nature Bill. I will now call on Councillor Pickett to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Pickett, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. One of the special things about Brighton Hove is its geographical position shaped by nature. As a city, we are embedded in our natural surroundings on all sides. People that live here and those that choose to visit are drawn down through our downland fringe, our urban green spaces down to the sea. Our sense of place is inseparable from the living systems around us. However, like much of the country and in fact the world, those systems that have always sustained us are struggling to maintain the pressures we continue to put them under. Despite decades of apparent environmental regulation, nature continues to decline. Current laws focus more on managing damage than preventing it, regulating how much harm is allowed rather than questioning whether that harm should happen at all. Councils are left mitigating impacts once ecosystems are already degraded. This is not always a failure of effort, but one of the legal frameworks within which decisions are made. That is why a growing international movement is calling for a rethink on how we relate to the natural world, one that recognises nature not as property or as a resource to be used, but as a living system with its own right to exist and thrive. This is the idea behind the Rights of Nature movement and essentially the UK Rights of Nature Bill. What this movement is not about is halting all development. It is about setting clear ecological limits and making decisions within them for the equal benefit of all. Human rights place boundaries on what governments and institutions can do if their plans directly or indirectly negatively impact fundamental human freedoms or entitlements. In the same way, Rights of Nature establishes that there are some forms of harm we as people shouldn't accept if they negatively impact the rights of nature, even if they deliver short-term economic gain. Around the world, this approach is already being put into practice. New Zealand has granted a river legal personhood. In Ecuador, rights of nature are enshrined in the constitution as a way of cementing the status of the forest as a living being. The Scottish Parliament has been petitioned for rivers to be granted legal personhood. These examples show that recognising nature's rights can strengthen environmental governance, empower communities, and shift decision-making away from constant trade-offs that leave ecosystems poorer. In Lewis, communities are developing a Rights of the River Ouse Charter, setting out what the river needs to be healthy and how people and decision-makers should act as guardians of its well-being. Rather than replacing existing regulation, the Charter provides a shared ethical and legal framework that aligns planning, pollution control, and land management with the river's long-term health. A similar approach for our coastline, outlined in a Rights of the Coastline Charter, could offer clarity, consistency, and stronger community ownership of environmental decision-making whilst articulating what protection, care, and restoration should mean for our shore. The UK Nature's Rights Bill offers a framework for doing this that could work within our legal system. At its heart is the integrated rights framework, which places the rights of nature above human and economic interests. This does not mean people's well-being is seen as less important. It instead recognises that human prosperity is reliant on healthy ecosystems if we are all to survive. And I know there are people still struggling to see the true benefit of this. They feel that giving rights to the environment could negatively impact on them at a time when perhaps they can't afford a house or start a family. But what is missing here is the realisation that not being able to do these things is because we currently live within a legal framework that prioritises economic interests over the well-being of human and non-human life. It is a degenerative cycle that can only truly benefit a few. Reframing the legal framework constitutionally so that economies serve life for all will not only fundamentally improve the natural world, but it will also demonstrate how we too exist within that framework, improving the rights and lives of all people. Leading this on, local authorities have a crucial role to play. Councils are often the first to deal with the consequences of environmental harm, yet they are constrained by national frameworks that prioritise short-term economic considerations. By supporting the principles of rights of nature, councils can begin to shift how decisions are framed, even before national law changes. This is not a partisan issue. Caring for the places we depend on should unite us, not divide us. Supporting rights of nature principles does not conflict with existing climate or biodiversity commitments. It strengthens them by placing ecological integrity at the heart of decision making. The question is simple. Do we want to continue accepting environmental loss as inevitable, or do we want a city that sets clear limits in defence of the living systems that make life here possible? Supporting the rights of nature would be a vital step towards the latter. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that the Council has been in session for 4 hours excluding adjournment, and therefore in having regard to the Constitution, I need to move a closure motion under Procedure Rule 15 to terminate the meeting. I therefore move that the meeting should be terminated subject to completing the outstanding business by way of a vote on each outstanding item should the vote be in favour to terminate the meeting. I'm going to ask now all those in favour. All those against? Any abstentions? I note that the motion to terminate the meeting has not been carried and will therefore continue with the order of business. Councillor Earthy, I call on you to second the notice of motion.
Can I exercise my right to speak later?
You can indeed. I note that there is a Labour Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Rowkin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The fact that nature has been in severe decline for a long time is not in doubt. It is well documented and the evidence is clear. But the question is, what do we do about it? The Nature's Rights Bill seeks to effectively confer a kind of personhood to nature across the board. And indeed, it may be necessary to bring forward greater legal protections of some kind. But the two biggest drivers of nature decline by far are intensive farming, indeed 70% of the land in England is farmland, and climate change. Even if the rights proposed in the bill were conferred, we would still have to provide incentives for sustainable farming and mitigate and adapt to climate change. And I believe that is where our relentless focus should be. Nationally, the government has taken some very significant steps. 150% increase in funding for environmental land management schemes, 3 new national forests, plans to reintroduce native species already lost or under threat, the rebooted sustainable farming incentive, firm commitment to protect 30% of land and sea for nature by 2030, also known as 30 by 30, and the substantially expanded countryside stewardship higher tier schemes, which we are currently applying ourselves. Now, Councillor Pickett mentions the local geography, and locally only last week we approved the creation of a new habitat bank here on the South Downs, just on the edge of the city, in fact, and that will be accessible to our residents. And that's the latest step in our efforts to restore nature on a landscape scale here close to home, and we have further plans coming soon. And yesterday I attended the launch of the event at Southwick Reef, a joint initiative between us, neighbouring local authorities, the biosphere and Shore and Port to help restore coastal habitats lost to previous human activity. It is this kind of practical action that will make the difference, and that is why I ask members to support our amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Opens. Councillor Alexander to second.
It's not really about signing up and pledging, it's about taking action. It's about recognising what needs to be done and then doing it. Ticking a box is kind of taking a shortcut without ever leaving home. You can't get your body fit by sitting in a chair and simply pledging that you're going to get fit. You actually need to get stuck in and do the work needed. Historic environmental laws and regulations have failed to prevent the destruction of nature in the past. Thankfully, this Labour government's revamped Environmental Improvement Plan 2025, which includes steps to protect 30% of land and sea for nature by 2030, and the creation of 3 new national forests, delivery of agri-environment schemes to incentivize sustainable farming, along with a huge uplift in associated funding, and the reintroduction of native species again to our land is the kind of tangible action we need, because actions speak louder than ticking a box.
There is a lot of work currently being undertaken by the Council and lots of work being undertaken by local groups, stakeholders and the community and voluntary sector organisations to restore and protect nature in our city and on our downland estate. We are aware of the proposed Rights of Nature Bill, and this Council clearly takes the need to reverse nature's decline very seriously indeed. This Council is working on a bottom-up approach, working with local communities, environmental groups and relevant stakeholders in order to implement the nature rights initiatives and aims. This Council will work alongside local communities, bathers, surfers, marine conservation and environmental groups to protect coastal and marine habitats and reduce the impact of human activity. And I ask colleagues in the Chamber to support the Labour Group amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alexander. I'll now move to the general debate. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. In the UK, 41% of species have declined, with 1 in 6 facing extinction. We've lost 97% of wildflower meadows. Farmland birds have dropped by 56%. We know the UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries on earth. We all know we need to act, but we don't do it. European legislation was amongst the toughest in the world on habitats and species, rivers and seas, environmental impact. And it was one of the things I was really proud of the EU for. After Brexit, national government maintained those regimes, but there is pressure from Labour nationally. They used to be diluted. We've heard the Chancellor talk about the problems with bats and snails, stopping development. The Prime Minister's talked about fundamentally misguided environmental regulation. Notwithstanding what Councillor Rokins, Councillor Alexander talked about doing locally, certainly I think at a national level, Labour don't prioritise biodiversity and wildlife. And I've got to challenge the complacency in Labour's amendment about their government's progress on nature loss. The Environmental Improvement Plan of December 2025 was published to very mixed reviews from the sector. The sector said that it lacks the urgency required to meet the Environment Act's 2030 targets. Timelines have been extended and presumably could be again. And meanwhile, we've also got the new Planning and Infrastructure Act, December 2025, and comments on this from the Chartered Institution of Ecology and Environmental Management were that it effectively overrides Habsburg's assessment, European protected species licenses, consideration of wildlife and countryside act species, Badgers Act protections. It threatens to cause unnecessary and irreparable ecological harm while imposing additional costs on developers. And the broad consensus of concerns was entirely disregarded in bill drafting process, and that this should all be of grave concern to parliamentarians of all political persuasions. So that's not really in the spirit of protecting nature and wildlife that colleagues from across the floor were talking about, certainly at a national level. So, I mean, what this says is that existing environmental protections are fragile, and moving towards a nature rights approach would reduce our dependence on a legal system that merely places constraints on our destruction of nature and is subject to populist whims, which is what we've seen, replacing it with a system of complementary rights for people and nature. Madam Mayor, long time ago, 20 years ago, I did a master's degree on environmental assessment at Brighton Uni, and there was a module there on wild law. So this has been talked about for some time. There was a great report in 2009 by the UK Environmental Law Association, about which no less a personage than the barrister at Matrix Chambers and eminent international lawyer Philippe Sand said, "This important contribution will inspire debate, new thinking and action. It looks beyond present constraints and approaches, and experience teaches us that what may be seen as overreaching at one time soon becomes conventional wisdom. Surely it's time for this approach to nature protection to become conventional wisdom." Please support it.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's a reasonable assumption to make that in 2026, most people, irrespective of their political allegiance, understand the discourse around the challenges of balancing the need to live symbiotically with nature. There have been radical changes in mindset over the last 40 years, and I say this as someone who grew up in a throwaway culture of the 1980s, when you didn't think twice about packaging and its consequences, to a time when I'm now writing to companies who dare to send me something in what I would consider to be an inappropriate amount of packaging. But therein lies the problem. We have to find a balance between protecting nature while at the same time having an environment we can all live in and hand on to future generations. It feels ironic to discuss protecting nature while at the same time actively encouraging tourists to travel to Brighton in the last item. But this is the dichotomy faced by any governing power. It is a common misconception that conservatism and environmentalism are contradictory. Far from it, conservatives have long understood the need to protect the local environment, the place we call home. Conservatives running government have acted and legislated to enhance the environment and ensure economic growth does not come at the destruction of human welfare. During recent years, Conservatives introduced the Environment Act in 2021, introducing targets to improve air and water quality. They pledged to have a biodiversity net gain, mandating that new development must deliver at least 10% increase in habitat value for wildlife, invested in environmental land management schemes, which involve, for example, paying farmers for habitat restoration. 2024 manifesto pledges included committing to designating an 11th national park, the proposal of expanding the blue belt of protected areas around the UK, a scheme introduced in 2016 to protect over 4 million square kilometres of marine environment. In summary, we do understand the sentiment of this notice of motion to bring these issues to the forefront of our minds. But that's the thing. I think it is already at the forefront of our minds, but a tricky issue, as we've all heard, to manage sensibly and sensitively. I do not think that embroiling ourselves in yet more red tape is the way forward, but yes, let's agree to keep this high on the agenda. We will therefore not be supporting this notice of motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Arthur, you've reserved your right to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Green Group for the opportunity to second this important non. I'm speaking in favour of the original version, not the Labour amendment, because Labour relies on the government's Environmental Improvement Plan 2025, and that does not go nearly far enough, in my opinion. We're living in a biodiversity and climate emergency. For millennia, the human race has lived under the delusion that it is somehow separate from nature and has a right to complete dominance over it. Our overblown sense of entitlement has led us to crush any notion of recognising our true place in nature, which is one based on independency, harmony, and not subjugation and tyranny. Yes, of course, we have environmental laws to protect nature, but many of these are self-serving in the sense they are aimed primarily against other humans depleting resources before we can get to them ourselves. You are no doubt aware that the bill itself aims to legally enshrine the idea that there can be no lasting economic progress or social justice without respect for the natural world, and to change the legal status of nature from objects, property and resources to legal subjects with inherent rights. Were it to go into law, the bill would establish a legal duty of care towards nature. It would create a government structure of national and bioregional councils to implement, monitor and enforce the bill's provision aimed at the promotion of sustainable and regenerative practices across all sectors of the economy and society. Many countries already have some recognition of the rights of nature in their constitutions, national laws or local regulations. Subsequent court decisions have recognised the rights of ecosystems and rivers. The UN is exploring the legal implications of the rights of nature, which have been raised at international gatherings of the UN, the Environment Programme and Convention on Biological Diversity. UK support for this issue may only be regional at the moment and focus on rivers, but if a city our size backs the bill in the entirety of its scope, people will sit up and take notice. Furthermore, this bill is consistent with our city's groundbreaking natural environment and sustainability strategy and can be seen as a logical extension of it. But words alone are not enough. The bill itself implies the need for specific actions against a wide range of problems. This council cannot carry out these actions alone. It must work from the bottom up with local communities, environmental groups and relevant stakeholders, many of whom have much greater expertise than ourselves. And remember point 5, which reminds us that nature does not stop at the promenade, but includes the coastline, oceans and marine life as well. And it wasn't that long ago that I seconded a Labour group motion and encouraged education on climate change and the environment to include the oceans. So we must all remember that on matters of the environment and sustainability, Brighton leads, it never follows. If you disagree with me, can you at least agree to sign the pledge to endorse the principles of the bill? In conclusion, I hope that the Labour and Conservative groups will not regard this NOM as a matter of party politics, but treat it as a matter of national, even global importance. Support this NOM and take the first steps towards ending millennia of humanity's arrogant, destructive and ultimately suicidal treatment of nature. Current and future generations will only thank us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Pickett, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted?
Thank you, Chair. I am, to say the least, disappointed with the Labour Group's amendment to our norm that requests council endorsement of the Rights of Nature Bill. Personally, I feel that it displays a deep lack of understanding of what is being requested here. Whilst, as they point out, the government's environmental improvement plan for 2025 includes some new initiatives and proposals, it clearly doesn't achieve what we are asking for here. The overall aim of this endorsement is to legally, as well as mentally, shift people's perspective of how we prioritise economic interests over the well-being of human and non-human life. It is about having a clearer understanding about interdependency, requiring a respectful, holistic and empathic approach, one that can act as a catalyst to shift our thinking from an extractive economy towards a regenerative one. The proposed alternative legal framework, the integrated rights framework that recognises nature as a rights-bearing legal subject and embeds human and economic rights within ecological limits, is central to the request of our NOM and the endorsement of the Rights of Nature Bill. It enshrines the idea that there can be no lasting economic progress or social justice without respect for the natural world. Your amendment includes no reference to any of this. It lacks any insight, vision or foresight into how to move on or how to improve on what we already have. Your amendment acknowledges and notes the Rights of Nature Bill but doesn't seek to endorse, pledge or even work alongside its aims and principles. This shows a total disregard for the well-being of future generations. Our request for a Rights of the Coastline Charter would provide a shared framework for stewardship, bringing together residents, environmental groups and the Council to articulate what protection, care and restoration would mean for our shore. Having omitted this in your amendment, I'm not sure what you're actually asking for. In fact, it seems that the only part of the Labour Group have understood is the need to employ a bottom-up approach that puts working with local communities, environmental groups and all relevant stakeholders in order to implement the nature rights initiatives at the centre of the process instead of as additions. As I said before, this should not be a partisan issue. Caring for the places we depend on should unite us, not divide us. Supporting rights of nature principles does not conflict with existing climate or biodiversity commitments. It strengthens them by placing ecological integrity at the heart of decision making. Unfortunately, these amendments haven't understood that, and we will not be endorsing the Labour Group's lack of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pickett. I acknowledge that you are not accepting the Labour amendment. I will now put the Labour Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Yeah. Did anybody count? Does it pass? Yes. Yeah. I can confirm that the amendment has been carried. I will now put the motion as amended to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. Item 86, right to play. I will now call on Councillor Hill to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Hill, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to propose this motion because I believe that all of us, especially children and young people, deserve to have a right to play. I also wish to highlight the barriers to accessing play that comes through structural challenges which we can tackle as decision makers. Given the evidence we see of play between animals and nature, it's reasonable to assume that the act of play precedes even the existence of the human race. And it's something which is deeply linked with learning and bonding for social beings and is an integral part of our humanity. Given it's so fundamental to our lives, I want to highlight concerns from the Raising the Nation Play Commission, which I encourage members to read. It claims England has an anti-play culture and has called on the government to tackle the issue. While play is happening in our city, we're trending towards a society that plays less, works more, and therefore lacks the opportunities for social bonds and development, outside of the pressure for ever-increased productivity. The Commission found that the amount of time children in England spent outside has declined by 50% in a generation. Children are spending less time outside, partly as a result of a reduction in school break times, playground closures, safety concerns, and a lack of money from public play facilities. Good play is especially vital for children and young people. However, play is something needed at all parts of a person's life. Even when we make spaces for play that are designed for children, this benefits entire families and allows for play across generations, and as well as allowing opportunities to mix with other children from different backgrounds. We cannot forget that communities where there are higher levels of deprivation are less likely to be satisfied with play activities. Having access to play is therefore a class issue. We must also recognise that there are barriers to play for people with disabilities, and that any work to improve access to play has to consider this in every decision. The UN Convention on the Rights of Children, UNCRC, grants to children the right to relax and play in Article 31. This right is of equal importance to all other rights, such as Article 19, the right to be safe from violence. This underlines the value the UNCRC gives to the right to play, and we're therefore disappointed that Labour's amendment seeks to remove the, quote, right to play and replaces it with a, quote, opportunity to play. This implies that while the opportunity to play should be available to all people in Brighton Hove, they do not have the right to it. This seems at odds with Councillor Robbins' written question to me, where he states that, quote, in Brighton and Hove we value children's right to play. I hope that further explanation can be given for this proposed change in the Labour amendment to our NOM. Currently in the House of Lords, the National Planning Policy Framework, NPPF, should be changed to place play as a core element of spatial planning. This would place it alongside housing, infrastructure and sustainability to ensure the prioritisation of play in England in line with best practice in Wales and Scotland. I've shared examples of this with supporting information under the motion. And, sorry, I missed my place. Within England, Leeds has been leading the way by becoming the first city to complete a play sufficiency assessment. And so I asked via a written question to Councillor Robbins before the meeting whether Brighton Hove would follow. The response was that the administration wants to do this, but lacks funding for undertaking this. I've included proposals for a task and finish group which suggests a group that would undertake a strategy for play sufficiency. I don't mind saying this, but I actually shamelessly stole this from Bristol's Labour group NOM last September, because we shouldn't be tribal when it comes to good ideas. In conclusion, I hope that we can take this opportunity to support the right to play by drawing on best practices elsewhere and building on the past work by this authority, which in no way does this motion seek to disparage. The right to play is part of what makes us human, not machines. We have no time to waste in honouring that right at every level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. We're now going to briefly adjourn for roughly 3 minutes.
Yeah, we'll.
spaces and play areas. However, the NPPF does not currently mandate a strict requirement for new developments to include dedicated play spaces. With Toes Hall Valley development imminent, being one of the biggest developments within the city in our lifetimes, we are keen to ensure that there is sufficient play amenities, to ensure that there is adequate facilities for play. So we would still encourage the council leader to write to Baroness Taylor of Stevenage to request a House of Lords amendment to create a statutory requirement for play sufficiency on local authorities. In regard to the NOM, to consider setting up a play sufficiency task and finishing group locally, we don't perceive this to be a priority at this time unless officers have spare capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Hill. Oh no, Councillor Shanks, you've reserved your right to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to hear about this adventure playground at Stammer Park. Somebody just mentioned that. I knew nothing about that. One of the first adventure playgrounds I went to was probably 1979, maybe 8, maybe, no, probably 6. Anyway, they had real hammers and real nails and real pieces of wood, and they were having such a great time. And I'd really love to see something like that come back again. Because what I think we've done to our children is well, what have we done to our children? There are so few opportunities for children to be free, to play outside, to work themselves out, to build dens without adult supervision. Adult supervision, okay, it's very important that we make sure children are safe, but you know, it's great for young people to build their own groups, to work out where they are in them, to be able to play out, the sort of playing out. And I know that, you know, that's a problem for a lot of parents, but is it a surprise that we've got such a mobile phone use when we don't allow children freedom to go out? So I mean, I looked it up actually, because in 2006 we had a play strategy in Brighton and Hove. That was the last time we had one written. There was a play manager, I remember him, it was Paul something, and there was a play bus. Do you remember the play bus, Madam Mayor? It was great. I found a picture of it on here. 2016, actually, it was your party cut it, but never mind. It was cut, and you know, it used to go around to parks, and adults who aren't the parents, who are, you know, people who like to play, would you know, get kids involved in things. There was a National Play Day, and people used to join up for that. So I'd really like to see the council be more involved in that sort of thing. You know, I'm not sure if the money from the youth, what ages that goes from, but you know, to be able to have spaces where young people can go when they choose to go on their own, hopefully, and meet other young people is what we want to see more of. You know, obviously we've got some great play facilities, nobody's denying that, but I'd like to see more opportunities for young people to get out and meet outside of those areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shanks. Councillor Hill, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We won't be accepting the Labour Group amendment. Nevertheless, I do feel glad that they do welcome the support for statutory requirements for play sufficiency in local authorities. As mentioned, this would bring us in line with Wales and Scotland. However, we didn't really hear any explanation as to why there shouldn't be a right to play that is noted, which their amendment removes. So I was sad that they weren't willing to engage with that specific aspect of our notice of motion. The Conservatives were, you know, I was glad to hear that they support the fact that the NPPF, you know, has some work to be done in terms of the fact that it doesn't require dedicated play spaces. So I think we're, you know, we have an agreement at least in that. But with the task and finish group, I do see this as a priority. I understand that for many people, given all of the issues that we have as a, you know, city, play can seem like a nice-to-have thing, and the play sufficiency assessment can seem, you know, something to sort of think about further down the line. But the reality is, this has something very fundamental to give to all of our residents, particularly those who are younger and people who are more marginalised. It is something that is very fundamental to our humanity that we are losing. And I think it's right that councils which don't have a statutory responsibility, like Leeds, have done things like having a play champion. They've put put money and resources towards a place efficiency assessment. I understand those things are at a really limited place right now, but I think we should at least lament the fact that that is not the case. And ultimately, I do accept that it is for the scrutiny committee to decide which areas they focus on for their task and finish group. So it's not for me to dictate that, but I do want to make the case for the importance of this, and we shouldn't sideline this amongst other issues, even when, as we've heard, there are instances of work happening. Of course, many of those instances come from a £6 million investment, which came in 2021, which was when the Green Party was in minority administration. I'm also of the view that we need to recognise some of the work that's going on with Play England and their Raising the Nation Play Commission. There's a lot of work being done to recognise that things like signs on council estates really deter play, and we need to be looking towards solutions which don't cost any money, but which can make places feel more accessible for kids. So it's not just thinking about play in terms of having specific playgrounds, but the city as a whole as a space for play, outdoor areas as a space to play. So the amount of places that we think of as available for play is actually greater when you start to assess things, and that's why we have great opportunities like, school streets and street play in our city, which help to create play in their own ways. So we need to think more creatively, more broadly about what play can mean, about who plays, and about where we are able to conduct play in a society that's increasingly focused on things that are not work and that turn us into great.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. Thank you. Councillor Hill, you've indicated that the amendment is not accepted. I will now put the Labour Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the amendment has been carried. I will now put the motion as amended to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. Move to the last item of the meeting, 87, cooperative housing. I will now call on Councillor Nan to introduce the notice of motion. Councillor Nan, you have 5 minutes.
I'm delighted to bring this notion of motion before Council. Until last year, housing cooperatives were something I was aware of but never really gave proper thought to. They don't feature in my professional life, and perhaps tellingly I've never considered living in one myself, even during a period when I was homeless and urgently looking for accommodation. That changed last winter. At the end of a meeting in my ward, I was approached by a couple of residents from a local housing co-op, the Brighton Rock Co-op. They showed me their home and talked me through how their cooperative worked. I was impressed, and I found myself asking a simple question: why don't more people live in co-ops? Why aren't they a more common choice, particularly when people are looking for well-maintained, genuinely affordable accommodation? The answers were revealing. It's not that co-ops don't work or people don't like living in them, but many people simply don't consider them. They're not widely advertised, not understood, and they sit outside the default options people think of when they're looking for a home. They're viewed as niche, slightly middle class and alternative. Around about the same time, I went on a tour of several housing cooperatives across the city. Again, I was struck by the quality and variety of what I saw, and how affordable these homes were compared to similar properties in the private rented sector. And then, coincidentally, my daughter was flat hunting. When I asked her whether she considered looking at cooperative housing, she looked at me genuinely puzzled and said, "What do you mean?" She thought I was talking about squatting. That, in a nutshell, is why this motion is here today. Brighton and Hove is exactly the sort of city where cooperative housing should be thriving. We are a forward-thinking city and open to different ways of doing things. But it's also worth saying this isn't some radical and untested idea. In many European cities, cooperative housing is a mainstream form of tenure. Why does this matter now? Well, because our city has a serious housing problem. There isn't enough housing, and what exists is increasingly unaffordable. Cooperative housing won't solve this on its own. Nothing at this scale will, but it can help. Making cooperative housing more visible, more accessible, increases the range of options available to people, and greater diversity of housing options is always a strength. It's also important to note that cooperative housing exists in many forms and can serve several different needs. It's an agile, adaptable model, not a single rigid approach. This is a timely motion, as the Labour government has cooperative housing on its radar. Last year announcing 20 million will be made available for community-led and cooperative housing.
and there's work going on in Parliament to reform cooperative tenures and make them stronger. As well as this, the government boosted commonhold tenures in its leasehold reforms just last week. Not strictly a cooperative model, but not entirely unrelated. So all of this points to a simple conclusion. We don't lack good cooperative housing in the city. We don't lack the skills, experience or willingness to do things differently. Nationally, this issue is coming to the fore and there are resources to be accessed. What we do lack is visibility, support and sustained strategic attention. Cooperative housing already exists here, it works well, and yet it remains on the margins of our thinking. Exactly at the moment, we need every credible option on the table. That is why the motion doesn't ask for any grand new policy or swathes of new resource, but for a focused, expert-led work to understand the barriers and make practical recommendations. Lastly, I'd like to thank the second biggest political party in this council. Their ideas have been fantastic, and listening to them has made the issue clear to me. I've been inspired to join this party and recently did so. So thank you, Cooperative Party comrades.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nairn. I call on Councillor Robinson to second the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as a proud Co-op Party member, as Paul mentioned, the second largest group on this council, I'm delighted to second this motion. In my old substantive job, I worked with colleagues across Europe and was always interested in their different approach to housing. Whilst we in the UK were driven by home ownership, which was 25% in 1918, rising to 70% by 2003, increased by the Thatcher right to buy in the 1980s. My colleagues in Stockholm, Helsinki, Paris and Stuttgart, etc. were happy to rent their properties, including via housing co-ops. In the UK in 2003, just 8% of households lived in private, i.e. not social, rented accommodation. In 2023, that rose to 20%, with the social housing percentage stabilising at 18%. The private sector increase has caused house prices and rental inflation and a massive increase in our temporary accommodation costs. This cannot continue. Last September, our Secretary of State, Steve Reed, issued a call to arms to key developers and house builders to build, baby, build 1.5 million homes in this Parliament. The country's tricky task now is A, to meet that target, and B, to ensure that a decent percentage of those 1.5 million new homes are available for social rent. Within our council, regen and housing teams, we're working hard to bring forward schemes such as the 306 new homes at Sackville North and coming to planning committee next week, a new development at Swanborough Drive. But often we struggle to find registered providers to take on the social housing aspects, maybe because they're bogged down with a cost and admin burden of health and safety regulations. Housing co-ops, which may also be set up as registered providers, could well be one way to bring more social housing forward. I'm sure residents would welcome the opportunity to live in a development where all are equal, the development's managed democratically with no hidden service charges, and as can be the case with shared ownership. I look forward to hearing the outcome of the scrutiny committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. I note that there is a Green Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Goldsmith. Councillor Goldsmith, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will try and keep it short because I know it's quite late and I don't think I have a huge amount to add to what my colleagues from the second largest party in the chamber had to say. We think this is a really great motion. I think that doing more to promote co-op houses in the city would be a benefit to everyone and do a lot to help with housing issues we currently face. Obviously, it's for scrutiny to decide whether or not they do a task and finish, but I do think it's a very sensible suggestion, so I think that they will probably take it on. And the task and finish groups on short-term lets did a great job, so I really look forward to seeing what they come out with on this. The only thing we have to add was we know that the council is currently disposing of assets, and I think that that would be a potential opportunity for us to help kickstart this and could even potentially be a case study for that scrutiny committee. Obviously, we don't know how long that task and finish group will take, and so I think this amendment is just with the idea of taking action while this is already happening and making sure we don't miss out on any opportunities. So I very much hope that you'll accept this friendly amendment, and I think it builds on an already great motion, and I think hopefully will help some actually take place sooner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goldsmith. Councillor Ladenbach, are you seconding? For 3 minutes. Oh, Councillor McClay.
Yeah, I'm seconding. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I often find myself at a point of despair when I think about the current housing crisis, and we are witnessing a rise in homelessness, a decline in the number of homes that meet even the basic decent standards, and a situation where what we once called affordable housing is no longer affordable. We all heard the reference to this earlier, where there was a question on service charges rising earlier today. For far too long, too much has been left to the market to fix. And the result is a system that does not deliver safe, secure, and genuinely affordable homes. Instead, property increasingly ends up in the hands of asset managers and global investors, extracting value from our communities without ever investing in them. And if you haven't already, I recommend looking at the Who Owns Brighton campaign. It paints a stark picture of exactly what we're up against. So I want to thank Councillor Nan for bringing this motion. It offers a glimmer of hope, an example of what our housing system could look like if we put people over profit, a model rooted in community, long-term affordability and resident empowerment. And I would love to see more cooperative housing projects in our city, and for this council to actively back them with land, with support and with political will. As one researcher from the University of Brighton put it in their work on radical homemaking, housing shifted from a human right to a financial asset, and its exchange value overshadowed its use as a home. It is those marginalised by the existing dominant system who are now forced to find alternatives and alternative community-led solutions. Cooperatives are exactly that. They provide stable, non-profit homes where rent covers the costs and not profit margins. And they empower residents through democratic governance. They foster social cohesion, mutual support, and safer communities. Yes, co-ops face challenges, capacity, governance, scaling, but the evidence is clear. With a consistent policy backing, as seen in Canada and Scandinavia, they can flourish. And we heard earlier that Mission Homes referenced how this council has small pockets of land and buildings that could become homes, real homes. So, which is why we urge colleagues here today to support our amendment, that our council-owned buildings due for disposal are assessed for their suitability as cooperative housing, and that we work with local groups to make these possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKay. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It may surprise you to know that we as Conservatives are actually supportive of cooperative housing. When groups of residents get together to build their own housing and are energised enough to do something about it, that is a very powerful way to show their determination to settle in our city. Most cooperative housing, like self-build, deal with housing associations or banks to financially support them. And Bevendine, I know, has one of the earliest mentioned cooperative housing from the 1950s. There's a small plaque on Plymouth Avenue that says it. The only problem we have, Madam Mayor, is that the council has a duty, a responsibility to get best value price for any land in the city for the residents. If the council can give away 3 acres in Patcham for just £12,000 a year on a 250-year lease, it must be possible somewhere to find appropriately housed priced land for those willing to build their own housing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Nan, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted?
I do, Madam Mayor, thank you. I'd really like to thank the Greens for this gratefully received. I'm not going to accept their amendment, but not for any spiteful reasons or anything like that. I just think it's a simple notice of motion that asks for a task and finish group to be set up, and I think their amendment would gild the lily somewhat, adding complexity to the notice of motion. And secondly, it kind of prejudges an outcome of the task and finish group. They may well suggest what the Greens are hoping to amend
the notice of motion to say. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate the amendment. I think it's quite thoughtful, but I'm not going to accept it. I'd just like to Councillor Meadows. And one other thing, I think there was mention of of using. We're mostly disposing of commercial property, and that property is being disposed of to people with existing leases. So it doesn't quite tie the idea that we've got lots of land, lots of stuff to dispose of that we could turn into cooperative housing. So I thought I'd mention that as well. Thank you, Councillor Meadow. Just to say that this notice of motion doesn't call for the transfer of any land to anyone. It simply asks for a task and finish group to be set up and to call upon the experience and expertise of the people who understand cooperative housing and work with our officers and come up with a strategy for promoting it. So you don't need to worry that we're giving away council.
Well done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, Councillor Nairn, you've indicated that you're not prepared to accept the Green amendment, so I will now put the Green Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the amendment has been lost. I will now put the original motion to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion has been carried. Thank you. That concludes the business for this evening. I now declare the meeting closed. I'm just doing that because I can.